'cause you're under pressure, under pressure. Pressure. You're cooked. Pressure. Like your shitty ass book. The pressure is real. The pressure is real. The pressure is real. Pressure. You're under the pressure. Drowning in the pressure. You're now under pressure. Pressure. Pressure's got you by the tongue, and it's over now. You're under pressure. The pressure, pressure. Full force, no lecture. 'Cause we're here for pressure.
What's up? Welcome in, everybody. Yeah, I need to get better at this. I'm always like, I don't know. I'm so awkward when I first go on, for sure. Probably awkward other times, but you know, hey, welcome in. Happy Sunday. Y'all woke up at, well, almost noon today, acting like them damn kids, right? My teenagers, where they sleep late, but I woke up at almost noon. And I thought it was Monday. I really did for a hot part of the day today. And then I was like, yeah, man, I feel like I don't want people to think that I'm being like Tricia whenever I tell you the things that happen. Okay. Because I'm just telling you the things that happen. I'm not trying to dry bag or trust me. Okay. Just know that, please. That's disgusting. But our freezer went out yesterday and I was like, oh shit, Jason's not here. And I'm just like, oh my God, what a nightmare. And so I Googled the things like what to do to fix it or to see if it's, it wasn't just left open. It everything had defrosted and I was like, oh my God, no. And it's like a stand-up freezer. It's not like a chest freezer. Not that there's much difference. You lose money both ways. And food, everything's so expensive right now. And I was just like, oh no, no, not today. Not right now. I'm not a man. I don't have refrigeration knowledge, it's not on my bingo damn card. Okay. So I had to and it's a mess. It's a freaking mess. So I exerted myself last night mopping. I don't know how many damn times. I mopped and mopped and mopped and mopped. Anyways, all the things. It reminds me of evacuation for a hurricane coming back, and just, ew. Anyways, but I salvaged as much as I could. And it actually allowed me a way to kind of coil through the things, and that way, not that it's a time to weed down, I don't feel, but it is what it is. What can you do? Cry about it, but it's all clean. Everything's clean until Jason gets back. And then I'm sure there will be another mess because he'll be, fixing it. But anywho, moral of the story is you can't take it with you, So I learned that big lesson whenever my house burned down. I forget what year, I think 2008. That was tragic right there. But you realize that those things that you've worked for that are hanging on your walls or that are, furnished in your home, those things can be replaced, but your family and your life cannot be replaced. And that is all that matters. You can bring you can bring a person to bare bones to hardly nothing at all. And we're still resilient. That, I believe, is the important thing to take away from that. But doesn't mean it didn't hurt. Didn't mean that it didn't feel really, really bad. But it kind of made me realize about how important it is to be humble. That's important. Or like when we bitch about first world problems, that's what I call them, or that like the problems of other people like those aren't my problems, like as in those are like, we don't have the same worries apparently, because you're worried about this and I'm over here worried about getting by, or paying the light bill or things like that. And it's, some people have grown too big for their britches and they don't even know what it's like to have to pinch pennies or budget, or just be smart about shopping. So anyways, how are you good people doing? I've been so yesterday I was also straightening out some notes. I like to write notes. I like tangible copies of notes. And it reminded me of a few things, but we'll go over those in a little while. Hey, Angela. Hey, Ancient Teapot. Yeah. Oh, gaslighters. That's what they do, Ancient Teapot. Oh. You had a tree fall on your house. You understand. I bet you do. Absolutely. After the tree fell, it rained over 6 inches in a few hours. Of course it did, right? Because when it rains, it freaking pours. I swear. But you lived, right? You got past it. It's hard. You're like, oh my God. Well, really? Really? But then you just take it one thing at a time, and you soon end up on the other side of it. So, but you have to go through it, right? And that's, I think, a big lesson as well, because a lot of us think that we can just go around a problem, and you can go around it, by not acknowledging it or addressing it or even recognizing, just without all that stuff. But it's going to come back. Like, that problem is still there. It's not worked through. Yeah. Sometimes you got to go around it until you can go through it, but you got to get through it to get to it. Allegedly. Yeah, that's terrible. I'm so sorry to hear that, but glad you're here. Lived in a hotel for 3 months. Right. I remember nesting in a hotel. I was like 7 months pregnant. We were evacuated for Hurricane Rita. And I was like, trying to make a little just livable, I guess. And I mean, we weren't there very long. But I was just nesting and just, trying to make it a home outside of a home. It's hot here too, Sherry. Shit. Well, it's only 89 now, but it's been, I'm not a hot weather fan at all. Not, nope. Not even whenever I was smaller, like I just never was a fan of it. I don't like being hot. I can put more clothes on. I can't take more clothes off, 102. Yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. That's disgusting. Enough of that. But it's good. Like, the kids going back to school. We're getting back to the fall. So, I mean, it feels like my time of year. So I love the fall, even though we don't really have the fall season here. It's really just 2 seasons. It's like hot and not so hot. It's hot and cool. We'll have, sometimes it'll snow here, and it'll stick on the ground for maybe a day, but that's it. And Kunasses cannot drive in the snow. Or ice. We just need to stay off the road. So welcome in, everybody. Hey, Davis. Hey, Ski Utah. And starting to give a shit. You could be a lot of people, but never Tricia. We wouldn't let you. Thank you. Jesus. You're more than welcome to get the whipping stick out and beat the shit out of me. Okay. Doing it for humanity. Oof. I mean, I just don't understand these people. I don't want to, really. I come to that conclusion with Lori and Chad. I was like, eef, just, I wanted to know why behind the murders. I wanted to know the how, the who, what, when, where, why, how, right? That's not explained in courts or the FOIA request or just in information, but just going and just doing my own research, looking around, not just accepting things at face value. Because I mean, okay, but what made that happen, and what was the reasoning behind that decision, or this teaching, or I don't know. I don't know how to really talk about that, but I mean, I just kind of dig. I'm a digger. I do. Um, and it's not because I'm nosy. It's just, I don't know. Maybe I am nosy. It's just, it's like inquisitive or curious. That's what I see it as. I'm sorry, I'm looking for something. So I keep turning away from the microphone. Tomorrow would be my Uncle Charles's birthday. It'll be his birthday in heaven. That's another one. Yeah. So I was watching Penny's members only live before this, and I got into it late. I showed up late, and she was playing a video from Nate Eaton about that they had put together for the Daybell victims, and I was like, oh, I mean, it hit the spot, where it brought tears to my eyes, and you never know how you're going to react to those things. Sometimes I can watch videos of them or talk about them or whatever it is, and I can get through it, I can do it unfazed. And then sometimes I lose my shit. And it's like, oh my God, I wasn't expecting that. But I mean, it's not that I don't ever want to avoid those things. I mean, it is what it is. I think that's just part of grief. It's part of life. Death is part of life. And what makes it different, I believe. And I mean, the loss is the same as any other loss, but the way they died is not natural. That's the difference. And that's where all the deadly sins come into play, like thou shalt not kill. Da, da, da. I mean, that's not a deadly sin, but it's not. That's where those things come into play, with the greed, the sex, the money, the power, the evil. That's when it comes into play. Power trips. People have fucking power trips, and they go unchecked. And so they just continue. And I don't think they just continue at the same pace. I think they are emboldened, and they increase in how much they try to get away with. And I think that's what we also see in Tricia and like Lauren and Dr. John. And let me take that back. John. Okay. No doctor. The only doctor here is this Dr. Pepper in my hand. Just know that. Anywho. So I didn't even really know what to talk about today, because I was just like, I kind of get that way where I don't know really what to do, what to talk about. But I did have a members only live, just impromptu, the night before last, I think. And I don't know, I was just kind of my mind was going 90 to nothing basically. And it I don't know, we just kind of poked around at different things. But so what I was going to do is talk about let me get it pulled up here. I might have to refresh this. Hold on. Let me refresh it and make sure I have the latest info about the court hearing. Ooh. Okay. And I got to scroll up to get to the spot where I start. Because you can ask, so we can just basically, all of us can ask the notebook, because that's what I'm using. You can pile, look, I had a lady in my comment section, and she asked me like 3 different times, but I don't just sit in the comment section all day. I mean, you're just being honest, but the alerts come through on my phone, and I'm like, oh, cool. That's different. I like that, where I can just kind of see when somebody does comment, and I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to be rude. Just, I didn't see your comment. And then I was kind of confused, because she asked me, this woman in the comment section asked me who the people were in the video why didn't I source them? And I was like, who? There's nobody in there. I mean, I even went like scrubbed through the video to see like who she was talking about. And so nobody was in there. I mean, nobody, no creator or anything like that. And I was like, So then I finally, it dawned on me what she was even asking. And I was like, oh, you're talking about, I used the LM. It was called LM Notebook, but now they transitioned it over to being called uh, Gemini Notebook. So it's an AI program. And let me share my screen so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay. It's now the Gemini Notebook. Okay. And what it allows you to do is it allows you to put in up to 300 sources. Like you can use 300 different sources, and they can consist of, watch, I'll show you. They can consist of upload files, websites, YouTube, links, your drive, copied text, or drop your files, PDF, images, docs, audio, and more. All these supported file types, okay? And so to me, it's been really interesting because it allows me to create different notebooks involving, like, one will just be about hidden true crime. One will be about hidden true crime, Lori Vallow Daybell case. And then the other one will be about hidden true crime and Websleuths and Authrum, just Authrum, crime con. Like I've been able to just kind of overlap some and not some, because I don't want and so it'll pull from these sources, every one of these sources, and everything that you put in there, it only answers based off of what is in the sources. And so that's what allows me to create. And look, I'm not sponsored, I'm just saying, but it allows me to create. Oh, wait, no, I don't want to create right there. They're already created down here. It'll let me do a mind map, and it'll tell me how it's connected. And usually I can click on these things and it's doing it right now. And so it's going to tell me how this flows into this and this flows into this. And okay. So, I mean, it's pretty helpful to me, for me, it's not for everybody, but I find it very interesting. It helps me create these videos.
To be nameless in a city of millions is to be effectively erased. Without an identity, a victim possesses no history and no documented connections, leaving the law with no way to trace where their life ended and their disappearance began. In 2003, that silence was broken in the basement of an apartment building in Manhattan's Hell's Kitchen. During a routine renovation,
I wasn't planning on playing it, but anyway, so it helps me to create these videos and share them, and it explains it so effectively. It's based off of these sources. It's not me just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? It's based off of the facts contained within the sources. So that's pretty cool. It lets me do these reports. Look, view prompt and 56 sources. So this is what this is based off of: the journey of a cold case from discovery to identity, about how this plays into Authrum, okay, genetic genealogy and all that stuff. So it's really cool. I like it. I enjoy it. So yeah, I did answer back, and I was like, oh, those are just two people or two AI voices. That's all they are. I'm not sourcing anybody or crediting anybody because it's their AI voices. And I mean, I clicked the little thing on the video, that YouTube has. If it's AI generated, you don't want to fool people, right? Not at all. But I mean, it's really neat anyways. But audio and audio overview. That's what I'm looking for. Audio overview, because that's the voices they were talking about. Right here. These voices. They're pretty good.
And I just have to wonder, are traditional detectives going extinct? I mean, are we just replacing gumshoe police work with lab technicians.
So that is the immediate assumption a lot of people make, but it fundamentally misunderstands what IgG actually is.
How
So that,
Well,
you see
think
what I'm saying? Okay. So that was interesting. And yeah, 300 sources all together. Yes. And for each project, like you can, in each notebook, you can do up to 300 sources. Yeah, the voices fit. I mean, I have that offered in my Speechify app that I've used, I've tinkered with before, but I don't care for the voices. And that's the whole Speechify app. It's all about voices, that can read your content. Like with Chad Daybell's letters from prison, I was like, let me clone his voice and he can read his own damn creepy words, and then it's in his voice. And oh my God, that was so weird. You just clone the voice. I could do it. I've done it to my voice, and I mean, I could do it to other people's voices too. But yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I think it's very useful. And I mean, it's same, it goes hand in hand with Gemini GPT. So I can take what I have in Gemini GPT, Chat GPT, and I can add it to my notebook from over there. So using both of those has really helped me evolve as far as my thoughts. They're not jumbled up. It puts them into a cohesive manner for you to understand what I'm saying, And because I mean, I would love to have do a TED talk. Okay. But I don't want to be that controlled. Okay. Looking. So another thing that I did, and I mean, I just kind of want to go over it, is what I took Jolene. I put Jolene roasting the shit out of Websleuths anyways. And it gives the background, unanswered questions. Tricia Othram, owner of Websleuths and an employee of DNA Solves, recently hosted a live stream where she announced that she is pursuing legal action against Daphne, which is Linda Mills. Let me take a drink. She and her executive producer, Stacy, believe that they have found evidence of fraud. I asked, does Jolene Lunzer say anything? And I wanted to know this because this is when Stacy and Tricia started with the defamation accusations. Okay. And I'm like, does Jolene Lunzer, I took the transcript and I asked Chat GPT this. I'm like, does Jolene Lunzer say anything different or defamatory, conspiratorial, or inaccurate from what Tricia and Stacy actually share and self-snitch about themselves? And what's probably actually going on here with the whole Tricia deal and between Beth B and Daphne and Beth B's estate? Does it sound like Tricia got iced out by Beth B or Daphne? Like, I'm asking it different questions. What all is Tricia and Stacy implying, and how are they misleading their audience? It responded with, that transcript is a wild ride. It's essentially a masterclass in what happens when parasocial relationships collide with real-world probate law. Let me take a drag. Uh-oh, it's going out. Damn it. It says, Jolene Lunzer is doing exactly what she does best, acting as a high-speed BS detector for the lean team. All right. And it says, here's a breakdown of Jolene's commentary, of how Jolene's commentary stacks up against the self-snitching provided by Tricia and Stacy. And so Jolene versus the self-snitch, defamatory or accurate? Jolene actually stays pretty close to the facts provided by Tricia, but she interprets them through a lens of skepticism that Tricia's own audience might overlook. And it says the phone theft. Jolene points out that Tricia admitted to going back to the hospital after Beth B died to grab the phone because she didn't want anyone else to have it. Jolene labels this as theft/looting of a deceased person's property. Legally, Jolene is closer to the truth here. Unless Tricia was the executor, she had no right to seize electronics. And then this is the ghost text. It says, Tricia claims the Be Me text was supernatural. Jolene suggests a more conspiratorial but logical explanation. Tricia has the phone. The phone is old, and Tricia is protesting too much. I was like, oh, I remember that. both protest too much. Anyways, about not sending it to herself to justify her involvement in the estate. Then this is the estate sale slip up. Jolene catches Tricia in a major contradiction. Tricia first blames Daphne for a rushed estate sale, but then later says, quote, "We had an estate sale." Jolene highlights this as self-snitching, implying Tricia was a willing participant in liquidating Beth B's assets until the money didn't go where she expected. This is just from information that they put out there where they're not being direct, and you're having to read through the lines because they're not direct on purpose, you know? So this is the Tricia Beth B Daphne estate deal. And it says, based on the snitching in the video, here is the likely reality of what's happening. So this is based off Chad GPT, okay? The professional versus the peer. Daphne was Beth B's friend of 30 years and her professional money manager. Tricia was a YouTube friend who lived nearby. I mean, right? But because she moved her there. Wow. Okay, shit. The I was told fallacy. Tricia repeatedly says, quote, "I was told I was a beneficiary," or quote, "Beth B told me she was leaving me the car/house." In probate law, verbal promises are worth the paper they aren't written on. The bitty little signature. Remember the itsy bitsy little teeny tiny signature? Remember that? Tricia and Stacy are trying to invalidate a document Beth B signed on May 16th, the day before she died, that moved money into a joint account with Daphne. They claim she was too sick to sign. However, Beth had already given Daphne medical power of attorney, proving a high level of pre-existing legal trust. Okay. And then I'm like, did Tricia get iced out? It sounds like Tricia was never actually in, is what ChatGPT said. It appears Beth B might have made medicated promises to Tricia, but her legal standing remained with Daphne, her long-term manager. Tricia likely didn't get iced out by a conspiracy. She was likely excluded by a lack of a valid, updated will that named her, right? Oh, why is that like that? I hate when things don't format the way you want them to. But anyways, this says, it's so, okay, I already said that. How they are misleading their audience. And it says Tricia and Stacy are using classic sleuther tactics to frame a civil probate dispute as a criminal conspiracy. The aggressive visitor, remember? Ding, ding, bing, ding, bing, ding, dong, ding, dong. Mm-hmm. They showed a photo of a man in a baby blue shirt with a laptop bag, claiming he was aggressive because he knocked loudly. Jolene correctly points out he looks like a standard solicitor or insurance adjuster. They are misleading the audience into thinking Daphne sent a thug to get a phone. And you got to think too, this is on the same, on the coattails, if you will, or on the fear and worry about Nancy Guthrie and how she had there's a porch guy in that case, right? It, to me, I was like, whoa, that's glaring to me. Maybe not to everybody else, but to me, it just seemed really calculated on Tricia's part. If she created porch guy, you know, or whatever, the aggressive person, and just all the conspiracy theories around that Tricia and Stacy came up with, you know. The major fraud label. They keep using the word fraud to describe Daphne moving money. If Daphne was the money manager and had power of attorney, moving funds to cover expenses or joint accounts is often legal. They are implying criminal activity without showing a single court filing. Then you got to think, if we are to believe that they did break into to Beth B's phone, like they claim they did, like they admitted that they did, then anything that they extract from that phone should not should not be able to be brought in as evidence. That's usually how that works. But I'm not an attorney, so the ghost validation. By claiming the deceased is texting from the beyond, they are trying to give their investigation a divine or moral authority that overrides actual law, and it must override their audience's minds, you know, because they're just like, yeah, they think she's so justified in doing what she's doing. that's concerning to me too. Yeah, I'm like, oh my God. Okay. All right. This is just okay. Let's see. Cast of characters just to kind of know who's who. There's Tricia Griffith, founder, now manager of the Websleuths network, websleuths.com/forum and message board, and business associate of Authrum Labs and DNA Solves. I'm sorry. Stacy/insightful1. I need to put OG right there because I don't know. Whatever. She must have had too many damn alts. She's the proclaimed executive producer of the Websleuths YouTube channel. Beth B is or was a high level. She's not a moderator. Okay. I like going over these. Okay. High level. They didn't describe her very good. I would say executive of a major gas oil company. Oh my God, my hand, it's still my fingertips, my pinky all the way to my middle finger. They're like the tips of that are numb because of whatever I pulled in my freaking shoulder. Sleeping in a hospital chair. Oof. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so Beth B, a high-level executive of a major gas/oil company, described as a generous individual who has now passed away, who was also Tricia's a major supporter of Tricia and even moved her down from Utah to Texas, 10 miles or within 10 miles, according to Tricia, a direct line to Beth B's house, by the way. And then Daphne is a Christian woman whom Tricia claims controls Beth B's estate and is allegedly involved in a 7-figure fraud concerning the estate. And then questions to consider. All right, more questions. I don't know what this is. Did Tricia expect to inherit the estate and is upset she didn't? Okay, well, I don't know. I'm just asking a bunch of questions. But anyways, it says Tricia stated she met, timeline. Okay, here we go. Sorry. I thought I've fixed this before, but I might have done it in Canva. Timeline. Tricia stated that she met Beth B during her lawsuit concerning the Websleuths forum, the one against Sue Pruitt. Remember that one? Describing her as a generous donor who helped cover attorney fees and settlement costs. I mean, didn't she pay like some taxes too? Or something? In Utah? Tricia mentioned that after her roof caved in, Beth B paid for repairs and helped relocate her to Dallas. After Beth B's passing, Tricia claimed she left the hospital with Beth B's phone and purse. Tricia reported receiving texts from Beth B's phone that she believed were sent from Ghost Beth B. Tensions with the estate escalated as Daphne tried to claim what she believed were Beth's assets. Tricia said she helped safeguard those assets from collection. Okay. Wait, what? Let me take a drink. Oh, I guess maybe the phone. I don't know. I'm thinking. Tensions with the estate escalated as Daphne tried to claim what she believed were Beth's assets, which, hey, can I have Beth B's phone? And Trisha's like, no, I lost it. Remember that? I don't know if that's what this is trying to say. Tricia said she helped safeguard those assets from collection. Yeah, by lying. Allegedly. Months later, Tricia and Stacy went live, now privated, claiming to have evidence of a large-scale fraud and stated they have uncovered a lot. Tricia mentioned, no, no, Tricia didn't mention Daphne. She mentioned hiding the phone in a car. Hiding the phone. Wait. Inside a Faraday bag. Ooh. Oh my gosh. And inside her car. Ooh. Okay, she has also stated that she added herself as a recovery contact on Beth B's phone, like with the recovery code. Tricia expressed worry that a man at her door might be an adult be an adult protective services investigator. What the fuck is that? Can I look that up? I'm gonna have to go put that in somewhere. Hold on. Oh shit. What did I just do? Hold on. I just hit some button. I don't know what I did. Where am I at? It's still on there for you guys. Okay. I see it now. Let me knock that out. Okay. Woo. Lord, I hit buttons all the time. Let me put this in Google and look it up. It brought me to here. Adult Protective Services investigator. Is she worried? What happens after the APS investigation? Okay. After an adult protective services investigation in Texas concludes, typically within 45 days, APS assigns a final finding and either closes the case or transitions the vulnerable adult into ongoing protective services. If abuse, neglect, or exploitation is validated, APS coordinates medical care, housing, or legal interventions, or refers criminal acts to law enforcement. Why would Tricia be worried about that? Like, I thought it was an insurance person. Am I wrong? Well, what? I'm looking for your comments. I know ChatGPT does give her props. I mean, because I was like, how can they say that when you're basically just sharing their words? You know how they do it. So I checked myself too. I'm like, am I being defamatory here? You know? And no. No. Looking. Anybody? No. Hey, Carolyn. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember Adult Protective Services being, I don't know. It could be just the way ChatGPT worded it. I don't know. Tricia expressed worry that a man at her door might be an adult. Anyways, she acknowledged receiving significant financial support during this live stream because she was thanking people who were sending her super chats. Tricia questioned the importance of paying the gardener while she was dealing with these issues. That transcript is a wild ride. It essentially, I already said this. Why is it repeating it? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's go down. I would go look for the one I did in Canva, but I mean, how long you got, you know? Okay, this looks like different stuff. Okay, so I was feeding it transcripts. You know, I was like, here's the first one here. I mean, because good Lord, it like we had to do this over such a vast amount of time period too, you know, because it's so much. It's a lot. And I'm thankful for Jolene with how she allowed us to, how she brought it to life for me, I guess, you know, like she made it easier to get through too. It wasn't as boring. It was interesting. Jolene made it interesting. If that's a better way to put that. The legal conflict between Tricia, Stacey, and Daphne regarding Beth B's estate is a textbook example of probate litigation. Am I sharing this with you guys? Let me make sure. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. The legal conflict between Tricia, Stacey, and Daphne regarding Beth B's estate is a textbook example of probate litigation fueled by parasocial entanglements. When a creator steps out of the digital world and into the physical home of a deceased subscriber, the laws of the state override the rules of a YouTube community. Right? I think we all agree on that. Number one, testamentary capacity in the final document. The crux of the fraud claim rests on the document allegedly signed on May 16, 2025, one day before Beth B's death. Tricia and Stacey claim trigger warning. Tricia and Stacey claim Beth was gurgling and incapacitated. Testamentary capacity. To sign a legal document affecting an estate, the individual must have a sound mind. They must understand the nature of the act, the extent of their property, and who their heirs are. Okay. The signature challenge. Stacy's description of being a little bitty thing, the signature, instead of a full signature, is a common point of contention. Y'all, actual land was stolen from my family back in the day. My great grandmother who did this. Okay. 99 oil wells in Southeast Texas. Okay. Is the story I've been told. And I'm just like, oh, God dang. No wonder this pisses me off so much. Anyways. However, in many jurisdictions, a mark, even an X or a shaky line, is legally binding. So, see, if it was witnessed properly and intended to be a signature. Witnessing and notarization. I wonder if, like, Daphne was sensing Tricia being a caca, like just a vulture hanging around in her hospital room. Ugh. And did Tricia allow, or did she either allow Linda, aka Daphne, in, or did she make her feel uncomfortable? Who knows? Who knows? Okay. Witnessing and notarization. Tricia notes that the document wasn't notarized. While some banking forms require notary, many letters of instruction or account designations only require witnesses if. Okay, that was it. Oh my God, I can't fucking read today. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, it'll be okay. It'll be a good day to read. I got a lot to read today, and then I'm thirsty and can't fucking read. Okay, let me try that again. Sorry. Witnessing and notarization. Tricia notes the document wasn't notarized. While some banking forms require a notary, many letters of instruction or account designations only require witnesses. If Daphne had a coworker sign as a witness, the burden of proof shifts to Tricia to prove the witness is lying or that Beth was physically incapable of holding a pen. Number 2, verbal promises versus the statute of frauds. Tricia's frequent use of the phrase, "I was told," is a legal dead end. The statute of frauds. This legal doctrine requires certain contracts, specifically those involving real estate, the house, or large sums of money, to be in writing. Oral wills, nuncipative wills. Most states, including Texas and Idaho, do not recognize oral wills, or they restrict them to very specific deathbed scenarios involving personal property of low value. A verbal promise to give a YouTuber the house will almost never hold up against a written pre-existing will. Ugh. Right? I don't know why it does this shit. Then this is the power of attorney versus executor. There's a significant misunderstanding in the transcript regarding Daphne's authority. A medical power of attorney. This allows Daphne to make healthcare decisions. It terminates the moment the patient dies. And then you have the durable financial power of attorney, POA. This allows Daphne to manage money. It also terminates at death. Executor administrator. Once Beth B. died, the only person with the legal right to change locks or hold an estate sale is the court-appointed executor. If Daphne began selling items, the rushed estate sale, without being appointed by a probate court, she may be liable for intermeddling. God, didn't the court call that Tricia that intermeddling or meddling or something? Y'all remember that? Number 4, property conversion, the cell phone. Tricia's admission that she went to the hospital and grabbed the phone because she didn't want anyone else to get it is legally problematic. Property of the estate. It says the moment Beth B. died, her phone became property of her estate. By taking it without legal authority, Tricia committed what is civilly known as conversion and potentially criminal theft, which I remember looking all that up. I'm like, why call it something different? It's just as bad, in my opinion. The ghost text. If this matter goes to court, the phone's metadata will be subpoenaed. If the Be Me text was sent after death from a phone in Tricia's physical possession, it serves as evidence of tampering with estate property, which would destroy Tricia's credibility in a fraud claim against Daphne. But she didn't bring that up, remember? Slippery little suckers, aren't they? Okay, I'm about to have to go get me another drink. I'm thirsty today. The joint account maneuver. Tricia claims Daphne moved retirement funds into a joint account. God dang it. The right of survivorship. If an account is joint with right of survivorship, the money passes directly to the survivor, Daphne, outside of probate. It doesn't matter what the will says. Then it says the fraud claim. To win, Tricia's lawyer would have to prove undue influence, that Daphne used her position of trust to coerce a dying woman into signing a document she didn't understand. This is a very high bar to clear, especially if Daphne and Beth had a 30-year history. Okay, summary of legal positions. Daphne appears to have the paper trail and the POA, long-term history, banking documents, and Tricia appears to have he said, she said, verbal promises, ghost texts, and unauthorized possession of Beth B's phone. In the eyes of a probate judge, the 30-year money manager usually beats the YouTuber who took the phone from the hospital every single time. Yeah. Okay, so for a second, I'm going to go get me something to drink. So while I do, I watched like the first 5 minutes of this, and that's it. But this was from last Wednesday. It was August 12th, 2026, the same day as the court hearing. And because I wanted to see if she still had that background that Andy and others have said that she had, like the Golden Gate Bridge behind her. But this is even creepier, if you ask me. Okay, she's at her son's house in Salt Lake City, supposedly, and in their cat room. Meow. Okay, whatever. So I'm gonna play this while I go grab me something to drink. I'll be right back.
And they're redoing their cat room, so it looks like I'm in this weird asylum or some weird thing here. Hold on just a second. Let me just take care of this. There, I was getting an echo. Anyway, I look like I'm not allowed to have sharp instruments or something. I don't know. But this is the best I can do, everybody. But I have to just tell you a little something that happened today. Okay? And that was, there was a Zoom hearing in court today involving Beth B's estate. And let's just say I'm extremely happy with the outcome. Very happy. I will post the transcript when it becomes available, and you'll be able to read it for yourself. And you'll see why I'm so happy. And excuse me, there is something I need to do really quick.
Hopefully they're not, dumb like us. Remember, we can't read documents.
Here. So just hang on, okay? Just hang on.
Wait, I have this version. Hold on. Sorry. I forgot to pull it up. Yeah. Yeah, there was like a light going off in the background, and I was like, what the hell? All right, here we go. It'll come around. Just give it a second.
And excuse me, there is something I need to do really quickly here. So just hang on, okay? Just hang on. Let's see. Gonna do this. Let me just back up here a little bit. Kind of hard to do.
Thank you, Doctor.
Here. Sorry. Yeah, I think I got it. Okay. about the Zoom hearing today in court. And again, that was my happy dance, people.
Yeah, I can see why you're divorced. Oof, no rhythm, none. It missed her. Anyway, so back to regular programming.
Let's see.
You
I'm
can
gonna
see
do
it.
this. Let me just back up here a little bit. Kind of hard to do here. Sorry. Yeah, I think I got it. Okay.
Well, who does that? That's
That's me being very happy about the Zoom hearing today in court.
Because
And
why?
again, that was my happy dance, people. And when the transcript is available, we'll post it and you can read it for yourself. It is easy to understand. So please do not let others
Don't
do
listen
anything
to
different,
us.
Okay.
Assholes.
Okay. Now, here's the deal. This Friday morning, 11 a.m. Not going to tell you where, but there is a Mad Chatter meetup. So if you're in the Salt Lake City
Just playing it because she's going to say why they're not filming this week.
area, and you can meet up at 11 a.m. on Friday, email me at websleuthsvideos@gmail.com
Don't
or
do it.
email Stacy, producer
Don't give me
at websleuths.com, and we'll
Don't say
give you
that
all the
right.
details and hope to see you Friday, 11 a.m. We're going to have so much fun. I want to see
Good.
as many Mad Chatters as possible. Okay, a little bit later on, we're going to tell you what happened today in the courtroom in Lindsay Clancy. Very dramatic, very just sad, just very sad. We'll talk more about that. Also, Nick Reiner, the transcripts of the grand jury, I believe, were released today, and it's just not looking good for him. But I did read that it looks like he is going to get his trust fund. I think it's 1.2
She probably
million.
wants it.
So he'll be able
She stay away from him too. Okay, lady.
to hire this high-powered attorney to get him off. And it will be that Jackson, what's his name? Alan Jackson. And Alan Jackson has said Nick Reiner is innocent and he will try and get Nick Reiner off. And he might do it. Now he's charged with killing his parents, Rob Reiner and Michelle, and in a very brutal, horrible fashion, charged, I believe, with lying in wait. His brother and sister, I believe 2 sisters and 1 brother have, they're done with him. They're not paying for anything. They're
But why the bear? Okay. Clean your windows.
done with him. And that's what the FBI profiler, Marine that is always on Brian Enton, I just forgot her
Oh.
last name.
Mental struggles.
In the very first days when he was arrested, they were supporting him. And she said something I never forgot. She said, they're going to change their minds. Paraphrasing. They're going to change their minds. Nick Reiner's brother and sisters will change their minds because once the detectives show them all of the,
Porch guy.
sorry, it sounded like a serial killer coming in the house. I think I'm good. I think the dog would bark. Anyway, when the detectives would finally sit down and show the brother and sisters everything that Nick Reiner had done to their parents, she
She looks so orange, yellow, jaundice.
predicted that they would have nothing to do with him. And that's what looks like what probably happened. So we have lots to talk about today. But first, we have major Duggar drama. Well, not major, but the usual Duggar drama. And there's only one person.
See that light back there? I was like, what the hell? Must be a street light. I examined it quite
To have on our
thoroughly.
live stream when we have Duggar drama. And that's Little Texan. She's got even some peripheral Duggar drama to talk about as well. And how you doing, Little Texan?
What is peripheral Duggar drama besides probably not court related?
I'm doing well.
Good. Let's bring Stacy up here as well. Stacy, our executive producer. I add executive every year so I don't have to give her a raise. How are you doing, my darling?
I'm doing great. Lots of working.
What kind of glue did you use to put your veneers back in?
Good. And we're working on some projects here. And I just want to say that we are not going to do another live stream until a week from tonight. It's just too hard for me to do them from my son's house. I have to give the dog his medicine in the middle of the live stream, which is why we went live tonight at a late time. And I want to get the changes that we're doing, they're nothing major, but get everything ready. So we will be ready with a few changes next Wednesday. And by then I'll be back in my homestead. And we'll go from there. So tonight will be the last live stream until a week from tonight. Okay, Little Texan, what the
Okay. So that was, I was like, huh, okay. So what are y'all up to is what I'm asking. Show expert volume and cracking me up all across YouTube platforms. Show me on the bear where he hurt you. What is up with the damn bear, y'all? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So this is Andy Kopsa, and I will share her link here in just a second. But the public hearing, and she went to the public Zoom hearing via internet, right? So I'm just kind of rewinding a little bit. Oh, and I need to turn it up.
Public, it was open to the public. So anytime anyone says to you that hang on, let me close the secondary door. Please stand by. So anytime anybody says to you, like when Tricia tries to suggest to you that somebody's an internet troll for watching a public trial, you can ask them to fuck directly off. So these are public, it's a public hearing. It was made available to attend, and Penny was there, and Subtext was also there, and some other people. And do not let anybody ever tell you that you cannot attend a public trial. And this was a hearing, but let's just get really, really clear here about this, because she's going to try to give this a glow up.
Thank you, Beach Bum.
About how great it went, etc. And that there were internet trolls there. So there weren't. There were actual journalists and court observers, which, as in the United States of America, is a thing. Right. Also, Tricia, I've called you and I've left you a voicemail before. So please get all the way out. This hearing was brief. It was weird, and it was unnecessary, in my opinion, because it's very clear that Tricia has either she's waited until the very last minute to file the response to preclude Linda from being the administrator of the estate. And so when I went through that earlier this summer, about her dismissing the case, and she went to great pains to tell her people that she had dismissed this, she was no longer pursuing it. Of course, that was bullshit. Okay. So we know that. We know it by the filing. Penny went through it last night. I was listening to it and then I fell asleep because I'm tired. And I'm across time zones. But the key takeaway, so let me just start with what I was jotting down some notes. And there is, well, the judge decided not to rule on this at this point in time. She did make very clear, and I believe what is going to happen is that there is going to be an independent third-party administrator for the estate. And she, again, during this live hearing, and anybody that wants a transcript can call the court or reach out to the court.
Now, has anybody seen the transcript posted? Has anybody posted it? I have not been able to look around yet, but if anybody knows, let me know and I can share that link too, if you don't mind.
And ask for one, because those are available. So everybody can see what's happened and what didn't, because it's important.
Yeah,
but
don't count on truth. Basically,
there's probably going to be a third-party administrator, meaning that Linda nor Tricia will be administering this. And the woman, they mentioned a woman who does this apparently in Texas to do third-party administration. And they were trying to schedule that actually towards the end of the hearing. The city of Duncanville, I believe, who was part of the Tri-County Animal Shelter consortium, one of the lawyers from there was on the Zoom meeting and is going to file into the case, even though they don't want to necessarily, but then they're going to get permission from the city to administer the estate to the Tri-County Animal Shelter as per Janet's Will's wishes. Now, there's a scheduling order, but both attorneys, and again, so I'm just giving you the top lines, takeaways. both attorneys basically said, we don't need to do the court thing. We can just talk offline. We don't need to set a status conference. We don't need to have a trial date set. It's premature, basically. So I assume that the lawyers behind the scenes are going to talk, the ones for Linda and the ones for Tricia. And the one thing that I also want to make very clear, which I think is fascinating, and I don't believe for 1 second, is that, and this is my opinion, I'm entitled to it, is that Tricia's lawyer said that if the court approves an independent representative, third-party administrator for Janet's estate, that Tricia would not be pursuing any claims against the estate.
Okay.
Now, I find this fascinating because they came in there swooping in at the 11th hour yesterday, asking for everything from the house to a chunk, approximately 20% of
Tricia loves that word, a big chunk of money. Remember?
The IRA of Janet. But yet, clearly, this will be spun in what I believe will be Tricia's blow up narrative, that she somehow forced the hand of Linda to actually turn over the estate to the Tri-County Animal Shelter, when in fact we know that she has pursued this doggedly since November of last year.
Mischaracterizing it.
One of the other things that will be interesting to see when people start going through the documentation is that Tricia said she stepped away from this case. She was no longer intervening, that she was, not.
Remember that? She was like, I've canceled it. And we were like, oh yeah, she canceled it. And then she did not cancel it at all.
Raising the specter of the fraud claim against Linda. And if anybody remembers that, the Linda Daphne.
Oh.
However, her lawyer said, Ms. Griffith is alleging misappropriation. So I found that fascinating that apparently you get to swoop in at the last minute, file a motion and an unsigned, and it was unsigned affidavit.
Yep.
Okay. Unsigned affidavit by Tricia Griffith McPants. Attesting to, she promised me the house, the cars, both cars, which I'm sure Penny read out yesterday, that have names, that she named 2 private individuals that supposedly were supposed to be provided for. And yeah, so her lawyer did say, and again, when everybody orders the transcripts from this hearing, and so subtext was there, she can back me up, is that when it comes right down to it, Tricia's lawyer said she will not pursue this if in fact an independent administrator is appointed. I think that's bullshit. And I do believe that Linda Daphne's attorney said, okay, well, if you appoint a third party administrator, there's nothing to say that she's not going to pursue her status as a creditor, because that's her supposed in. She's a creditor. Of course, you don't sign an affidavit. It means nothing. It means nothing. It means nothing. And it would mean even nothing if she had signed, because we know that people lie in affidavits all the time, John Mathias. Okay. So I just want to go back to, I believe that this is going to go to a third party administrator, which I am happy for, in my opinion, because I do not think that there is any way that Daphne or that.
Why? I mean, when Tricia refiled her affidavit, she crossed out Texas and wrote in Utah for the notary. I mean, what does that imply? Crossing it out? That's kind of weird. That's kind of sketch, but that's me. That's just my opinion.
Tricia will be able to show, because she has not shown, that she is owed a lick of money. And I'll talk a little bit about what Linda's lawyer argued factually on the record versus what Tricia's lawyer basically argued. And again, I want to make clear, Tricia did say she dismissed this, and the lawyer did file a motion a while back saying they were no longer pursuing this fraud charge or whatever. But then he went ahead and just snuck that right back in.
Thank you.
So somebody posted to me, and I've been getting emails and text messages, and somebody said that Tricia had posted that she was very happy with the way today's court hearing went.
And we're
I'm like,
what?
okay, well, that's great. But she didn't get shit. She didn't get shit. She didn't do shit. Because the thing is that this would have still most likely gone to a third party independent administrator. It just would have. And it will have to be litigated. And so if Tricia or whoever, anybody except for the Tri-County Animal Shelter wants to get in on this, they're going to have to prove it to the court. And that, to me, is the best place for this to be. In nobody's hands but the court's hands. So in that way, if Tricia really is being altruistic, you bet. She had a great day in court. But she also cost the taxpayers of Texas a buttload of money.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
One thing I did learn, kind of like how Stacy brought this up, one thing I did learn is you don't mess with Texas. Okay? That's what I learned. So we're going to see if she FAFOs. We're just going to bounce to this real quick because
The other things happened. I can't go into I'm like, I don't know why she would change her mind, and
Okay, so this is when it all turns, is when Daphne allegedly tells Tricia that Bethby has changed her mind and that she doesn't seem to want to leave anything to Tricia in her will from her estate. I remember in Tricia's own court filings, she said that she relied upon the promises by Beth B of this estate property, and it was to Tricia's detriment. This was Tricia's words in her own documents. But Tricia will have you believe that, oh no, I knew I wasn't going to get it. I knew it. I just want the puppies and the kitties to get it. But no, the truth is in your actual words.
good
Tricia,
point.
right here.
Teapot.
But you relied upon that. And it was to your detriment. And if you were never expecting it, why would you rely on it? And why would it be a detriment that you didn't get it? We got questions.
Beth B had changed her mind and had left her everything. And her faith in her, trusted her. I knew something was up with Daphne.
Why did that looked edited? Hold on. And I mean, I don't think Jolene did it, but
And had left her everything. And her faith in her, trusted her.
that's weird.
Beth B had
It kind of
changed.
bounces.
And why?
It kind of bounces like whenever I did that just now, I used my arrow keys to go back and forth 5 seconds, 10 seconds, instead of having to come over here and do this and move the bar. You can use your arrow keys to go forward, go backwards. See over here in the left hand, it says -5, -10, -15. Anyways, it looked like somebody did that. Like they just kind of bounced through it.
Why would
It's
it be a
weird.
detriment that you didn't get it? We got questions.
Beth B had changed her mind
Right here.
and had left her everything. And
Here.
her faith
Here.
in her, trusted
Here.
her.
Weird.
I knew something was up with Daphne. I just didn't know what. But remember, Beth B loved her and trusted her. They worked together. That's how they got to know each other.
Oh, is too old to give a shit now starting to give a shit? I've wanted to ask that, but I just see too old to give a shit. Are you starting to give a shit? Are you still in here? I hope so.
And she put all her faith in her to handle all of her accounts, all of her business accounts, her retirement accounts and such. And she just told me, trust Daphne. Daphne has everything. And I said, okay, I would, but I knew something was.
So right there, Beth B again told Tricia, trust Daphne.
Hold on. Cindy to you says, Jolene, I sent you an email earlier. I found a documentary that Tricia is in about the Tiger King of all people. But she commented on how Carol killed her husband and changed the will. Oh my God. Interesting.
Something was.
So right there, Beth B again told Tricia, trust Daphne. Beth B had all, Daphne was already taking care of all Beth B's accounts. And it just seems as though, because Tricia's shown us no proof otherwise, she's just making accusations, which she seems to do a lot, and has done a lot throughout her career online, if you can call it that. And
Stint.
so it just seems that Tricia is mad that it wasn't her and that she has no control. Now that Beth B is gone, Tricia lost control.
Yep.
Once her quote unquote
That's
mark
true.
has passed away,
Good point.
she can't control anything because Daphne's in control, and Tricia hates that. That's what it seems like to me.
Big time.
Daphne told me that Beth B had changed her mind and had left her everything.
So she rewinded. She must
Had
have.
left Daphne everything. And I was I was in shock. I was in such shock. I didn't question it. I'm like, I don't know why she would change her mind.
And why would you question Daphne about the mind change? You couldn't question Beth B, who was, in your own words, incapacitated. Okay.
And I can't go into a lot of details, but I had text messages and such.
Which was claimed in her recent hearing. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to put all this together. Okay, I'm trying to find Andy. There she is. About the March 6, 2024 text with Beth B allegedly telling Tricia she wanted her to take over. I get, yeah. Let me find where I wrote that.
It's up to you folks to decide what that's worth. So before I go through just the points, any questions straight away? I'm very tired, but the eclipse was glorious. So I will now field a few questions before we move on. Anybody? Anyone? No? No questions?
Does this help you guys? Like, it helps me. Like, whenever I put things, clips from each little thing and just try to, I guess, corroborate it is the word I'm looking for. But it helps me. And so I'm sorry if it doesn't help you, but it might help more of us than we think.
That's all right.
So we know.
Okay. Okay, so CH says that I'm very happy with how our Zoom meeting went. I will post a transcript as soon as it's available. I bet you will.
Tricia G.
Everybody,
TG.
you can do it. Tricia isn't the only one. Literally any citizen, any person. Okay?
Yep.
Anybody. She's not the only person that can do it. So get on it, peoples. And I'm sure Subtext is already on it.
Yeah.
And we'll provide it. So let's see. So first up was the court just introduced herself, the judge and all the parties that were there. And the first party to go first was she just summarized the case.
Okay, good.
The judge was a woman. And just reiterated that Tricia Griffith filed an opposition to Miss Mills' administration, and then went on to allege that the chunk of the IRA, and this is all predicated on statement. So that was made by Linda's attorney in the first instance when the court asked. Court listened and then asked for the response from Mr. Strawn, and goes through the history. So Mr. Strawn went through the history and said, basically that Tricia filed this petition to determine heirship. Of course, we know, reading all of the documents, that she applied to become the heir, right? So to determine heirship is a nice way of putting that she applied for heirship herself.
Mm-hmm.
So let's not lose sight of that. This was not an altruistic venture on Tricia's part.
Yes.
And she did argue for an independent administrator, but also wanted her hat tossed into the ring. So they go through the timeline. He tries to make the argument that she is an interested person, and that as an interested person, that Tricia had standing to oppose Linda Daphne's appointment. And we didn't even get to the motion in limine at all. Not a whit. Because, again, Tricia and her lawyer, and I mean, fair play, you waited till the last minute to file this. So everybody had to kind of come together, but let's get clear about what this deal is. Okay. Very, very strategic and very shitty, in my opinion.
Calculations.
So we all know the history. So Miss Mills filed, let me just see, I'm going through my notes. He just went through, I mean, and it was fine. They both, you know, he was trying to claim promissory estoppel that, you know, Tricia moved to Texas relying on a promise by Janet and therefore was owed X, Y, and Z. Well, the house is worth well north of $300,000.
Okay.
And by
Okay.
Tricia's own admission, and again, get the trans.
Okay. And do y'all remember the video of Tricia, the field trip where she was looking? It was like the nighttime one. Let me see if I can grab it real quick. No, this is the same one. Hold on. Let me move to the other one. This might be it. Hold on just a second.
On the PayPal.
I don't dance now. Let me.
Okay.
Oh, wait. No, this is Hello. Okay.
Yep.
Hold on. Let me back the hell out. Let's see. That's the day one. This should be the night one. The night one was first. I
Tricia
think,
was
right?
taking us on the
Yeah.
second field trip that is now deleted to Beth B's house when they started to really open up about their defamation case, it appears, or how they are defaming this Daphne woman and saying she is a fraudster and a scammer with Beth B's estate, not them. And they were like setting the stage for Tricia going after
Alteration.
the estate and making their friend Beth B, who was a very private person by Tricia and many others' own admission, making her into content, because that's what good friends do.
Mhm.
So let me just rewind a couple seconds here.
I didn't know this worked.
Okay, give me a thumbs up in the chat as soon as you hear the audio. I'll be stopping for reaction. Sound off in the live chat. Let me know everything. Also, JoJo chats are open if you want to send a JoJo chat and leave any comment you want. The links are pinned to the top of the live chat. All right, here we go.
Anymore.
Let's do it.
So yeah, but back, like I said, it was about 3 weeks after she died, they did the estate sale. And I didn't know anything, you know, I didn't know what legally they needed, but I guess to have an
'Cause you
estate
weren't
sale, you
appointed.
have to have an estate declared, you know, and like I
This
said,
sounds
nothing was put
sus.
in her name. There's nothing in her name. It's still all in Beth B's name.
Because it should be.
And it's just, oh, you guys, just crazy. Let's see. Yeah, nobody has power of attorney. Daphne had power of medical attorney to make medical decisions for her. But see, remember, Beth B thought everything was handled back in 2024. And I have a text message from
Whoa. Okay, here's a text. Okay, I didn't know she was about to say that. Okay, everything is. This is when she's claiming that text message she has from Beth B back in 2024 comes into play, I think.
for her. But see, remember, Beth B thought everything was handled back in 2024. And I have a text message from her saying, you won't have to do anything. You know, Daphne has it all handled. You know, she'd say, I just don't want to go to the state of Texas or go to
Wait, what is she saying? So she has a text message from Beth B. Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Tortoise, thank you so much for the 199. Said, oh, don't miss my
Let
super
me
chat
go.
regarding Turtle Boy giving you props. Okay, let me see. Sorry. Did I skip over it? When did you send it?
Oh, let me.
And he said, sure, about me. Of goodness channel. People know they're
Sorry.
probably gonna hear him eating popcorn. She's just like eating like
medical attorney to make medical decisions. Daphne had power of medical attorney to make medical decisions for her. But see, remember, Beth B thought everything was handled back in 2024.
Oh, you did.
And I have a text message from her saying, you won't have to do anything. You know, Daphne has it all handled. You know, she'd say, I just don't want to go to the state of Texas or go to relatives I don't know. And
Oh.
Daphne was supposed to have everything all set. So.
Well, what? Oh my God, Tricia. It's just the more I listen, the more it's so gross.
Mhm.
38 for fun. Good to see you. Says Jillian, been a long time. Good to see you. Welcome. The fact that she's like So she's saying now, because Beth B passed away in May 2025. In 2024, they had a conversation about her estate and how she just doesn't want it to go to the state. It's like, Tricia, what the fuck are you doing? What is she doing? Like, yes, and everything is handled like Flying with Annie saying. So back the frick off. You just didn't get any money. Oh, well,
Right.
who cares? Even if Beth B said in a text message, oh, Tricia, you can have the car and a little something, something, that doesn't hold up in court. You weirdo.
Nope.
Oh my God, like get off Daphne's nuts. It's crazy.
Interject here because
Don't have to do anything. You know, Daphne has it all handled.
Well, yeah, of course. She's going to say, you don't have to do it. She doesn't want you to do anything. You can't even handle your own life, lady.
Right.
You know, she'd say, I just don't want to go to the state of Texas or go to relatives I don't know. And Daphne was supposed to have everything all set. So
All set for Tricia.
Yeah.
Yes. Mary says, Murray says, oh no, Beth didn't even know she had a 2011 will. Crazy. Like, right? Like she had that 2011 will.
There's that one.
So whether they were supposed to update it or whatever, the 2011 will stands. Get over it.
Get over it.
well,
lady.
I'll interject here because
Of course.
I'll just say a little, but the day of Trish mentioned the text messages that she found where
Yeah.
Buffy gets Trisha's information
Post-mortem.
and says, you know, I want you to be the beneficiary, so I need your information. Then she sends it to Daphne, Trisha's information, to give her the
How much delighted was she? I'm like, I got questions. You know, how did allegedly Trisha finagle her way into Beth B doing it? If anything, Daphne probably was just like, I'm not letting my friend keep funding this leech. Again, speculation, allegedly. But I can imagine if that was my friend of 30 plus years and she had Leechy McLeacherson show up when she's sick and then start wanting to be beneficiaries and stuff, but I was in charge of money, I'd be like, nah, bitch, that's not how it's going to go down.
No.
You've got enough from my friend in life. And in the afterlife, you get zip, zero, nada. None for you. And Stacey's like, and it's just so gross the way they're talking about this. And you were gonna build me another salon. Shut up, Stacey. Shut up. And you only found those messages because you stole her fucking phone after she died, allegedly. My God, from your own admission. And then you lied about it. This is crazy.
Bing bong.
I feel like Sam Kinison. This is crazy.
beneficiary. But the day of Trish mentioned the text messages that she found where Buffy gets Trisha's information and says, you know, I want you to be the beneficiary, so I need your information. Then she sends it to Daphne, Trisha's information, to give her the beneficiary info.
Oops.
Sounds like
Daphne's
a
like, oh
conspiracy.
God, I just never got that. I'm so sorry. I just never saw that. And so from 2024 to May 2025, Beth B didn't check to see it. Then she didn't care if you'd got anything, Trisha. I hate
Exactly.
to break it to you, but you might have been fed lip service. She might have just wanted you to leave her alone. You know?
Yep.
If she never asked her friend Daphne, like, hey, can I see my will? I got to sign something. Come on. This doesn't make
Or an
sense.
attorney.
But
or
if, let's say what you're saying is true and you have some text messages, I'm sure Beth B was just like making Daphne do the dirty work, allegedly, okay? And going, oh, this bitch, I've given her enough. She just wants more, more, more. Oh, she's just constant. So I'm just going to tell her, like, send me your information. I'll give it to Daphne. And then you just lose the information. Okay, thanks. Love you, Daph.
I like that.
Yeah. And exactly, Hope. Who told you that, Stacey? Trisha?
Yep.
Oh,
Were you there?
just, ugh.
On that same day, in a document account, you can see where a document was exchanged between Beth B and Daphne.
Yeah. That's what they did.
So it went from Beth B to Daphne, and then Daphne deleted that document. So that might have
Well done, Daphne. Well done. Daphne stopped another elderly, dying, sick person from Trisha getting anything from them. Well done. Well done. And also, Stacey, you saw that through a stolen phone.
Exactly.
Messages you weren't supposed to see
That's frustrating.
and that you shouldn't have had access to. Is there no privacy left?
Nope.
And Stacey going, yeah, I just I was promised lots of Barbara. Shut up, you two. You are just shameless.
it was exchanged between Beth B and Daphne. So it went from Beth B to Daphne, and then Daphne deleted that document. So that might have been the will.
It might have been the
the will that.
Oh, it might have been, but you don't know. So these two are just assuming.
Yep.
That
and
Daphne, they're just making it up
accusing.
that Daphne delete. How the fuck? What? I don't even get it. What do you mean might be? It either you saw it and it was or it wasn't. What the frick?
Oh, I want you to be the beneficiary, so I need your information. Then she sends it to Daphne, Tricia's information, to give her the beneficiary info. On that same day, in a document account, you can see where a document was exchanged.
In a document account? What do these bitches check?
Okay, Adobe.
Google Docs? What are you talking about?
Google
And that's
Docs.
saying
Yeah.
in a document account.
Between Beth B and Daphne. So it went from Beth B to Daphne, and then Daphne deleted that document. So that might have been.
Oh, it might have been, but you don't know. Just like you guys don't
Yeah,
know
but
anything.
you're-
So you're just making
but they're
assumptions now.
accusing.
Objection, speculation, dumbassery, sustained. I love it. I love that these two are like, we got proof of hardcore fraud. You saw a document was deleted, which could be totally a coincidence between the time that you thought that
You should have
that
been
your
in there
information was
anyways.
sent. Like, you guys sound so stupid. Now that I'm so glad I'm watching this again, knowing what
Me
we know
too.
now and looking at
Yes.
it through more of a critical eye, because this is so stupid. It might have been. You have no idea what document or Daphne deleted, yet you got on the internet and defamed her multiple times.
Right.
And then deleted these, thinking you'd be okay, even though there are other.
And then depending on her not seeing it on YouTube, remember? But then she was like, I hope she does. I hope she does. You know,
lives that you haven't deleted where you have still claimed fraud by Daphne. Where no court of law has ever found Daphne to be fraudulent. You think you would wait until you could actually prove that and you would win in court for you to put that shit out there, but not you. And then you got dumbass Stacy going, and it might be, I don't know. Go ahead,
oh my God.
Going, it might be that document.
Object here.
Oh my
These two are
God.
worse sleuthies. Hi, Brandy Boo.
Because I'll just say a little, but
Got a little poo-poo there.
the day of Trish mentioned the text messages that she found where
Hey.
Beth B gets Tricia's information and says, I want you to be the beneficiary, so I need your information. Then she sends it to Daphne, Tricia's information, to give her the beneficiary info. On that same day, in a document account, you can see where a document was exchanged between Beth
not in
B and
2024.
Daphne.
Not in
So it went
2024.
from Beth B to Daphne, and then Daphne deleted that document. So that might have been the will.
It might have been the will that Beth B thought was done. And yes, why would she change her mind when she was?
It might have been. Oh my God, these two idiots.
Yep.
I literally cannot with these two.
She does. She's so smart.
Huh. Wow. Sounds like hardcore proof to me, you idiots. Holy buckets. Oh my God. Kelly Cal, thank you so much for coming in with the super chat. This DocuSign sends.
I guess we're done with the. Let me make sure. Let me see. Oh shit! I closed it out. My bad. I had the transcript open and then I closed it. Let's see. I want to make sure. Let's see. Let me type this in. Daphne. Okay. Ah. Oh my gosh. Daphne is mentioned a lot. Oh my God. Just let me scroll up. Okay. Thank you. Okay. She says it here at 153.
Defamation case, it appears, or how they are defaming this Daphne woman and saying she is a fraudster and a scammer with Beth B's estate, not them.
And then here.
Daphne had power of medical attorney to make medical decisions for her.
Okay. We did that one.
But see, remember, Beth B thought, Daphne has it all handled. Daphne has it all handled. She'd say, I just don't want to go to the state of Texas or go to
Wait, what is she saying?
So according to Tricia, Beth B didn't want it to go to the state of Texas or to some distant relative, basically.
So she has a text message from Beth B. Oh my goodness. Tortoise, thank you so much.
Okay. And then, okay, 158.
Daphne had power of medical attorney to make medical decisions for her. But see, remember, Beth B.
Oh, because she replays it, so it does it on every time. Okay, I see. I see now.
Daphne has it all handled. She'd say, I just don't want to go to the state of Texas or
go to relatives I don't know.
Maybe I don't.
And Daphne was supposed to have everything all set. So.
Well, I'll
What? Oh my God, Tricia. It's just the more I listen, the more it's so gross.
interject here because
Don't have to do anything. Daphne has it all handled.
Oh my God.
Yeah, of course. She's going to say, you don't have to do it. She doesn't want you to do anything. You can't even handle your own life, lady.
She'd say,
then she sends it to Daphne, Tricia's information, to give her the bit.
How much Dilaudid was she on? Like, I got questions.
Okay. Apparently. Okay, this says friend Daphne, like, hey, can I see my will? I got to sign something. Come on. This doesn't make sense. But okay, let's see. Let's say you were saying that, let's say what you're saying is true and you have some text messages. I'm sure Beth B was just like making Daphne do the dirty work. Okay, we did all that. Let's try this.
So it went from Beth B to Daphne, and then Daphne deleted that document. So that might have been.
Oh, it might have been, but you don't know. Just like you guys don't know anything. So you're just making assumptions now. Objection, speculation, dumbassery, sustained. I love it. I love that these are. We got hardcore fraud. You saw a document was deleted, which could be totally a coincidence between the time that you thought that, or that your information was sent, like,
or that it was not bad,
You guys sound so
nefarious.
stupid. Now that I'm so glad I'm watching this again,
Okay,
knowing what we know now and looking at it through more of a critical eye, because this is so stupid. It might have been. You have no idea what document.
Let's go
He
here.
told me to trust her. She said, trust Daphne. And so I went along with it. And I did this and I did that. And so that she can then play the dummy, as my grandpa Wally used to say, play the dummy. And that's what she's really good at doing here. Thank you, Rhinestone. Wow, girl. Says, I think she brings up Beth B's illness more to make herself sound like the self-sacrificing martyr. Yep. Then
so hang on here.
Remember, Daphne, didn't they say Daphne changed the code on the garage?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Tricia was pissed at that.
If she was lurking around like she did these 2 times in these field trips, I would do the same damn thing. I would do the same damn thing.
Wait, Daphne, I am falling more and more in love with you. BTW. All right. You were really protected. It seems like so far they've shown no proof that you did anything nefarious. You really did a good job, it appears, in protecting your friend after her passing away. After this one being a leech on her for so long, allegedly.
Well, Candy Williams says, I really hope your lawyer has a good investigator.
Too old to give a shit. Are you talking about when Tricia was walking around the property and she said, what's that? Oh, the kitchen. You think that was like a window to the kitchen that she was acting surprised about? Is that what you're saying? Because that could be. Oh, yeah, Tammy, so gross. Yes, Eton, way to go, Daph. So far, we are Team Daphne, okay? Because they have shown no proof and they have defamed this woman horribly. So they better have the proof if this ever does go, if this further, filing and paperwork that Tricia's lawyer did on the April 29th, if that goes through and they actually have a court date, she better bring it.
Okay. Now going back to Andy.
Transcripts. Linda's attorney argued that, Linda was basically paying for all of her living arrangements. Okay. Right. So one could take that as payment. There's also some significant discrepancy between, and I know this is going to come as a shock to everyone, is that, so CH, I'm going to put this up here. They actually pulled the CH says 300 to 500,000, depending on the market. Currently, they pulled it up while we were during the hearing, and it was north of 300,000. So I don't have, there wasn't an exact estimate or an exact bit.
And then, so that brings me here.
Okay. Beth B went to the hospital on May 12th. All right. She's been quite ill. She refused to let me call the doctor. She refused to go to the doctor. She said if I called 911, she'd kick me out. She was just very cantankerous. But she finally agreed to go to the hospital on May 12th. On Friday, but before she left, she told me, she said, I need you to take care of my cell phone. Make sure you always keep track of my cell phone.
Oh, yeah.
And take care of
Y'all know, has anybody here ever heard someone on their deathbed just saying, just take care of my phone. What did we talk about right at the very beginning of this video about how you can't take things with you when you die? You just die alone, you know? It's you don't get to take anything, clothing, your favorite jewelry or nothing. Okay? So why is this a concern for a dying woman? And then why would she have anything of her friend of 30 years doing something nefarious and not turn it in herself? You know, like, why would that be? Anyways, so it has to be the document thing being deleted or whatever the hell Tricia is claiming. That's weird.
House.
Oh, and I looked up cantankerous, and it means a habitual, angry, or annoyed, suggestive or expressive of an irritable temperament, often difficult to deal with. Oh, huh. A person described as cantankerous may find it more difficult than most to turn that frown upside down. While a cantankerous mule, jalopy, etc. is difficult to deal with, it may not turn your desired direction. It's been speculated that cantankerous is a product of the obsolete word contact, meaning contention, under the influence of a pair of difficult research words still in use. I don't know how to say all that shit. Okay, so rancorous brings the anger. Okay, yeah. Anyways, you get the point. So Beth B was difficult to deal with, according to Tricia. Let me go back.
She left. She told me, she said, I need you to take care of my cell phone. Make sure you always keep track of my cell phone. And take care of the house and take care of Kyle the kidney.
Shit. Back it up.
She refused to let me call the doctor. She refused to go to the doctor. She said if I called 911, she'd kick me out. She was just very cantankerous. But she finally agreed to go to the hospital on May 12th. On Friday, but before she left, she told me, she said, I need you to take care of my cell phone. Make sure you always keep track of my cell phone. And
you know, I had a dream the day that my stepdad died, or the night that my stepdad died. I was big and pregnant, and my stepdad died, and I had a dream that he like came to me and he was like, take care of your mom. You know, I'm here with my mom. And I was just like, oh my God, it was weird. But it wasn't like take care of my phone, you know, it was like take care of your mom. Anyway. Take care of the house and take care of Kyle the kidney. I know it was a dream. And because we were fully planning on her coming back, we didn't know what was wrong with her. We found out, but at the time we didn't know. So I told her I'd obviously take care of everything, not to worry, and tell me if I need to speak up. Okay.
Okay.
Just speak truthfully.
You know, she told me to just basically make sure, hold the fort down, basically. And I promised her that she would always have her phone with her while she was in the hospital or wherever she was at. She'd always have a way to get in touch with me, and I'd make sure of that. Hospitals also have phones. Jason's at the hospital now. He has a phone and his phone. Okay. And so, anyway, she went in on May 12th. On May 16th, we're going to call her. I noticed that in the court hearing that Tricia's side of it was saying that Beth B died on May 16th when she really died on May 17th. And I thought that was kind of weird. Daphne, her dear friend, and we're going to call her Daphne. Daphne, her dear friend and her money manager, texted me and said, I need a note from the doctor saying that Beth B is incompetent. And at this time,
incapacitated, right?
Incapacitated. Did I say incompetent? Sorry, incapacitated. Thank you. She wasn't incompetent. She was incapacitated. And at this time, she had quit talking. She had quit talking the day before. She quit responding. She was just sleeping. She did have one eye open, her left eye, and then she would lift her left hand up to the ceiling, like she was reaching for somebody. And she kept doing that. And Friday, she couldn't even grunt when I said, you know, just make a noise if you're thirsty. And then I'd say, make a noise if you're not thirsty. And she would make a noise.
What?
And that lasted until Thursday. And then late Thursday night, she stopped it all. And then Friday, she was completely incapacitated.
Mm-mm.
Well, Daphne wanted a letter from the doctor, and she texted me saying that Beth B's incapacitated. She said she had to take it to the bank so she could take care of her accounts and such. Now, keep in mind at this time, Beth B had told me that I was to trust Daphne. Daphne had all the paperwork, and I knew what was supposed to be done. I knew who was getting what. I didn't know the amounts or anything, but I knew what was left to people, and I knew everything, I thought. So I said, yes, I would get that for the doctor. Okay, Friday, May 16th. Keep that in mind. That's a very important date.
Okay.
The next day, Beth B died. She died less than 24 hours after that.
Where are you getting your notes?
I knew something was up with Daphne. I just didn't know what. But remember, Beth B loved her and trusted her. They worked together. That's how they got to know each other. And she put all her faith in her to handle all of her accounts, all of her business accounts, her retirement accounts, and such. And she just told me, you know, trust Daphne. Daphne has everything. And I said, okay, I would, but I knew something was up. Daphne told me that Beth B had changed her mind and had left her everything. Had left Daphne everything. And I was I was in shock. I was in such shock. I didn't question it. I'm like, I don't know why she would change her mind, you know, and I can't go into a lot of details, but I had text messages and such that said otherwise.
Okay.
But she said she changed her mind and left me everything.
Okay.
And I'm like, but then she told me basically that the deal that Beth B and I had worked out, it would still continue. Well,
so
Daphne had an estate sale in June, less than a month after Beth B had died. She had an estate sale, hired a company, sold everything, and kept all the money.
It went to an account.
Things happened. I can't go into detail, but I had Beth B's phone, and Beth B's phone had everything on it. Daphne had Beth B's 2 iPads, and she did all of her work on her phone and one of her iPads, and the other iPad.
So just know that Beth B, one of the iPads that Daphne does have, that's in Linda Daphne's possession, has all of Beth B's work in it too. Just like whenever I work on my phone, it also does. It'll do those, or it'll reflect those changes and updates in my iPad. I mean,
iPad was one she barely used, but she had both of them. And Daphne kept telling me, I have to have Beth B's phone. I need Beth B's phone
to settle the estate.
And by this time I knew something. Stacy, jump in if I'm forgetting something. Okay.
Okay.
And I told her no, that I had lost it, which was a lie. And she knew it was a lie, but she couldn't get it from me. And she kept trying. And now I know why. It's an iPhone. It was an old iPhone. Now, let me back up. The day after Beth B died, on May 18th, is when I got that text.
May 17th.
From Beth B that said, "Be me." Now, her phone was an older phone. You couldn't pre-schedule a text to send.
I looked this up.
And she hadn't been able to text anything for at least 10 days. I don't know how it happened, but I got a text on May 18th saying, from Beth B saying, "Be me." And there's another woo-woo that I can't go into now that's an even bigger woo-woo that is even more just there's no explanation for it. I talked to an Apple iPhone expert, and he just said there's no explanation for it, and I can't explain it, but it led to us discovering this fraud. Stacy and
So I did. I looked this up. An iPhone can send a text message without the user manually tapping send at that exact. Oh my gosh. An iPhone can send a text message without the user manually tapping send at that exact moment. This happens either through scheduled messages, send later, or background shortcuts automations. However, a user or someone with physical access to the phone must set up the trigger or message beforehand. An iPhone will never randomly generate. I'm saying this for just clarity, okay? Randomly generate and send text messages completely on its own without user configured rules, pre-scheduling, or external authorization. In iOS 18 and later, a user can write an iMessage, set a future time, and lock the phone. When the scheduled time arrives, the iPhone or Apple server sends the message automatically without the user having to touch or unlock the phone. And this is iOS 18 and later. So if it was running before that update, okay, it says right here, what year model Apple iPhone doesn't have the capability to pre-schedule a text message. And so it said, I'm going to let him read it. I can't read. But we know better. We know better, though. I mean, I'm just doing it for clarity, you know. Mhm. That's gross. Ugh. Hmm. Why? Oh, wait. Hold on. Yeah, y'all didn't hear it. I ran and grabbed a drink while I was doing that. It says your browser has lost connection to your screen share audio. God dang it. Let me, oh, okay. Let me share it again. Did y'all hear the iPhone thingy the whole time? Or just the one with Tricia and Stacy? Did y'all hear this? Or did y'all not hear the other one? Or both? Oh my God, now it's showing two. Hold on. I'm having some shit. Hold on. Stop sharing. Stop sharing. Good Lord. The fuck is going on with StreamYard? Okay. Hopefully. Only what was read. Okay. Wait. Okay. But was it muted for this? For the Gemini? Was it muted there too? Or you only heard this? Or was it also muted? Sorry. This one. Okay. You're getting kicked out. Uh-oh. Is it so it's being an asshole to you too? Because it is to me too. It was muted. Okay. God dang it. Well, that sucks. I'm sorry about that. Oh, okay. Here.
Native text scheduling in the Messages app, Send
Let me know if
Later,
you've heard it
was
already.
introduced with iOS 18. Any iPhone model that cannot update to iOS 18 lacks this native feature. iPhone 10, 2017, iPhone 8 and 8 Plus, 2017, iPhone 7 and 7 Plus, 2016, iPhone SE first generation, 2016, iPhone 6s and 6s Plus, 2015, and all earlier year models, iPhone 6, 5s, 5, 4s,
Thank you,
4,
Zelda.
etc. Software compatibility. Native message scheduling requires iOS 18, which is only supported on the iPhone XS, XS Max, XR, 2018, and all newer models. iMessage requirement. On iOS 18 devices, native scheduling only works for iMessages, Blue Bubbles, sent to other Apple users. It is not natively supported for standard SMS, MMS texts sent to non-Apple devices. Workaround for unsupported models. Models stuck on iOS 17 or earlier can still automate scheduled messages using the built-in Shortcuts app via personal automations.
Okay. And then I'll let it read this one and then we'll bounce back over.
An iPhone can send a text message without the user manually tapping Send at that exact moment. This happens either through scheduled messages, Send Later, or background shortcuts automations. However, a user, or someone with physical access to the phone, must set up the trigger or message beforehand. An iPhone will never randomly generate and send text messages completely on its own without user-configured rules, pre-scheduling, or external authorization. 1. Scheduled messages, Send Later. In iOS 18 and later, a user can write an iMessage, set a future time, and lock the phone. When the scheduled time arrives, the iPhone, or Apple server, sends the message automatically without the user having to touch or unlock the phone. 2. Personal automations, Shortcuts app. Users can program their iPhone to send texts automatically based on specific triggers. Triggers include arriving at or leaving a specific location, reaching a specific time of day, connecting to CarPlay, or receiving a text containing a specific keyword. If configured with Run Immediately enabled, the phone sends the text in the background without asking for manual confirmation. 3. Safety and system alerts. Features like emergency SOS via satellite, crash detection, or fall detection can automatically text emergency services and designated contacts without manual input if the user is unresponsive. 4. External, connected devices. Text messages can be sent remotely if the user's Apple account is signed into another device, like a Mac, iPad, or Apple Watch, or if text message forwarding is active.
Okay.
If a text was sent without the phone owner manually touching it at that moment, it was almost certainly sent by a pre-scheduled Send Later draft, an active shortcut automation, or from another linked Apple device logged into the same account.
Or a woo-woo. Anyways, just for clarity. What do y'all think about that? Anyways, I'm gonna
We had
continue.
signed a document on May 16th, the day before she died. Same day that Daphne asked me for a letter from the doctor saying she was incapacitated. And I'm like, how could she sign something? Well, we found it. Thanks to Stacy's help, we found it on Beth B's iPhone. And it was a very explicit banking document that
explicit,
put Beth B's retirement fund. It moved it into a bank account with Daphne's name and I believe Beth B's name on it. And then what it did, it was a retirement account that Beth B got $5,000 a month from. Well, and then it also on this particular document increased the amount Beth B got every month to $10,000 a month. And the increase would start on May 24th. Again, Beth B died on May 16th.
Awesome.
And
Thank
she
you.
signed this document.
She died on May 17th.
And Daphne had somebody else sign it that said, I've known Beth B for 13 years. This is her signature. She did sign this document. Now, again, this document, but if I am reading the document correctly,
And you're not.
it put this retirement fund of Beth B's into a joint bank account of Daphne's and Beth B's. And then it increased the monthly amount that Beth B would be getting, but why would she need it increased? She had passed away. I mean, Stacy, remember when we found it?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We found
Oh, yeah.
exactly
Mm.
what
couldn't
she
believe
did. Yeah. Yeah. Because I mean, she had given a whole other story already about that and said it went somewhere else and all this. And then all of a sudden we find this document.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and she had said that Beth B had changed her
What?
mind and left her everything.
Come
Well, then we
in.
find this document that Beth B supposedly signed when she was
Oh,
basically
yay.
in a coma.
Thank you.
So
Welcome in. Kelly, get out. What's up?
to say I was shocked is an understatement. I didn't quite
Thank
know
you,
what to
Billy.
do. I did hire a lawyer. Let's see.
Welcome in, Lane King.
And that's where it stands now. I can't say any more than that. There will be a court date soon. Daphne has no idea what we have found. She doesn't watch this stuff. She doesn't understand it.
She doesn't understand.
And if she does, good. I hope she is. I hope she's watching it because I want her to be worried sick
It's so
about what
vile.
we found. And also,
Welcome in, everybody.
I keep getting these Apple notices saying your Apple security code is da 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 da. Please don't give it to anybody else. Well, I know that's Daphne trying to get into Beth B's iPads with all of her other accounts on her iPads, and I keep getting them like in the middle of the night. And that's the only thing it can be. It's the only thing that makes sense is that she's trying to get into her accounts and she can't get into them because she doesn't have the passwords. And so she's trying to change the passwords. But
you did.
The recovery phone is now my phone number.
Because you put it in there.
It's mine now.
She's acting like that's ownership right there. Like, oh, how dare her try to get the passwords to a device or devices that are legally the estate's, not Tricia's ever. Okay. Oof. And welcome in, Lane King.
Thank you, folks, for watching. Hope to see you in the future. Make sure sometime down the road, if I see you, come up and say hello.
Okay.
Say hello to my little friend. Okay. So then that brings me over to Andy, and I'm looking for her description of Linda at the hearing. And so, like what Tricia just said about, hold on, looking for it. Let's see. So we're here. We're at 1724. It's only 36 minutes. Oh, she must have did that quick. Okay, let me just play it from here. Whatever.
But you know, I think the thing is that she's making all of these claims that she did this because her friend had cancer. Well, we know that she represented to her audience and anybody who would listen that nobody knew. Nobody knew.
I'll go find
that Janet had cancer. Nobody. But yet Tricia's trying to say she moved there not only at the behest of, but in order to take care of a woman that she met on the internet. Wacky. There was no mention, of course, in there that Janet paid off her back taxes so she could keep the property in Utah. None of that was mentioned. So when I say that I'm hopeful that this gets appointed to a third-party administrator or that an independent administrator, I actually mean it. Because I do believe that Tricia is going to come for this again, no matter what she's going to try to bullshit her audience about. no matter how much she's going to try to bathe herself in glory.
Mm-hmm. Preach. Say it again. Okay. So this is Jolene mentioning it.
They were that Beth B, if at any point during her sickness or when she was on medication or toward end of life or under like some kind of cancer treatments, because Tricia has shared how sick she was, even though Beth B didn't even want her to know, that even if she did have some kind of obviously like verbal shit, we watched Judge Judy, like that doesn't hold up for shit. You could easily make the argument that that was under duress, that was under medication, that none of those things could be taken into account. And if anything, it would look more like Tricia could have been, manipulating her, taking advantage of her when she was very sick to get her to promise over things from her estate, which I would not put that past Tricia. So even if there is some kind of like text message that exists or something, I think.
Got it.
Cancer had spread all through her body. But
back it up.
Oh God, it's Dumb and Dumber.
Dying. And again, we didn't know at the timing. Now, obviously, at this time, we knew she was dying. She had cancer. It spread all through her body. But there was no problem between us. We were, she would.
You're a real sicko. You know that? You're a real sicko. This woman who already gave you so much, place to live, paid for so many things by your own admission.
Yep.
Died. Cancer spread to her body. A horrible way to die. Suffered. Was sick. She's supposed to be your friend at a loss. And all you can think of, we didn't have any problems. So I don't see why I didn't get her money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think she was mad at me.
Yeah.
That's how you pay back your friend. And that's how you pay tribute to her. It gets grosser and grosser, Tricia. We know why you deleted this shit. Because not only was a lot of self-snitching, but also the way you talk about your deceased friend. And remember, it hasn't even been a year since her dear bestest friend, Beth B, has passed away. It hasn't even been a year. Okay, because when did they do these? They started doing these field trips a couple months ago. Like, it'll be, I think, May 17th. So in 7 days, it'll be a year since Beth B sadly passed away. And this is what you have to say.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that she was mad at me, so I should get the stuff and bring that to the internet. You're like the worst kind of person and friend, in my opinion.
Allegedly.
I think you're gross.
You're despicable.
Why would she change her mind when she was dying?
Because you can change your mind at any time, Tricia, you dumb fuck. Anytime you can change your mind. Okay.
We have her here too.
That is our own free will. We can change our mind. Why would you change your mind when she's dying? Because that's when I really sold it to her. Like, oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do without you. I'll probably be homeless. Can you imagine the
Just
alleged, guilt trip that Tricia was giving this dying woman?
God.
About her own BS. Oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do without you, because you literally take care of her.
And again, we didn't know at the timing.
Okay, just being up front, I do remember finding a video where Tricia said that she lost her keys and she was over cooking and cleaning for her friend. But she deleted that too. So I'm just saying there is, a video I saw and I was like, well, I don't want to share that with nobody. I ain't trying to help her case at all. But I'm just saying that she mentioned that and I assumed it to be possibly Beth B. And she had dropped the keys inside the freezer, blah, blah, blah. That whole time. Anywho. So that's my confession.
Now, obviously, at this time, we knew she was dying. She had cancer. It spread all through her body.
And just said, by this time we knew she was dying. She had cancer spread all through her body. Anyways, I have never spoken about someone I've cared about when they've passed like this. Have you?
Speaking of, let's go back to here. This is Jay, Everyday with Jay.
I don't know if I've ever told the story of how I met Janet. I think you guys probably know.
Yeah, I think we know. I don't think you've said it on the show, though.
Okay, it's oh gosh. Remember that awful, terrible lawsuit that my former business partner tried to take Websleuths from me by claiming I did all these horrible things. And, she'd written in emails, Tricia doesn't have enough money for a lawyer. So I've got all this evidence of these terrible things she's done, but, we don't need to even bring it up because she'll just drop out. Well, she didn't know that I had friends that helped me. Anyway, long story short, we ended up settling with her and I kept Websleuths, got her out of the business. And nothing that she ever accused me of was proven because it didn't happen.
Yeah,
I'm talking about websleuths.com, the true crime discussion forum, not this thing. I had to do a GoFundMe to raise some money so I could continue running websleuths.com. So I did a GoFundMe.
Okay.
And there was this woman that would donate every week a nice, healthy chunk. And I was...
Oh, this is how Beth B got on our radar.
And I was worried because I thought, this is some little old lady giving me her Social Security money. And, you know, she's eating beans. It was, you know, I was grateful. People, $5, $10. That's what I expected. So I had her email through GoFundMe, and I emailed her and I said, I'd like to talk to you. And so she called me and I said, you know, thank you so much for donating. You've already donated so much. You don't need to donate anymore. I don't want to drain your bank account. She burst out laughing, started talking.
She did the same thing to Mr. H. Just know that. I'm looking for
And
it.
we hit it off immediately.
Your conniving, manipulating ass found out she was single, never had children, that her siblings were deceased, and that she was the first female manager for an oil company. On a field. This all started with a field trip to Beth B's lockdown house, locked down from Tricia.
Okay, Beth B went to the hospital on May 12th.
Okay,
she'd been quite ill. She refused to let me call the doctor. She refused to go to the doctor. She said if I called 911, she'd kick me out. She was just very cantankerous. But she finally agreed to go to the hospital on May 12th. On Friday, but before she left, she told me, she said, I need you to take care of my cell phone. Make sure you always keep track of my cell phone. And take care of the house and take care of Kyle the kidney. And because we were fully planning on her coming back. We didn't know what was wrong with her. We found out. But at the time, we didn't know. So I told her I obviously take care of everything, not to worry. And tell me if I need to speak up, okay?
Okay.
You know, she told me to just basically make sure, hold the fort down, basically. And I promised her that she would always have her phone with her while she was in the hospital, or wherever she was at. She'd always have a way to get in touch with me, and I'd make sure of that.
Especially from heaven.
And so, anyway, she went in on May 12th. On May 16th, we're going to call her Daphne. Daphne, her dear friend and her money manager, texted me and said, I need a note from the doctor saying that Beth B is incompetent. And at this time,
incapacitated, right?
Sorry, incapacitated. Did I say incompetent? Sorry, incapacitated. Thank you. She wasn't incompetent. She was incapacitated. And at this time, she had quit talking. She had quit talking the day before. She quit responding. She was just sleeping. She did have one eye open, her left eye, and then she would lift her left hand up to the ceiling, like she was reaching for something. And she kept doing that. And Friday, she couldn't even grunt when I said, just make a noise if you're thirsty. And then I'd say, make a noise if you're not thirsty. And she would make a noise. And that lasted until Thursday. And then late Thursday night, she stopped it all. And then Friday, she was completely incapacitated. Well, Daphne wanted a letter from the doctor. And she texted me saying that Beth B's incapacitated. She said she had to take it to the bank so she could take care of her accounts and such. And keep in mind, at this time, Beth B had told me that I was to trust Daphne. Daphne had all the paperwork. And I knew what was supposed to be done. I knew who was getting what. I didn't know the amounts or anything, but I knew what was left to people, and I knew everything, I thought. So I said, yes, I would get that for the doctor. Okay, Friday, May 16th. Keep that in mind. That's a very important date. The next day, Beth B died. She died less than 24 hours after that.
Okay, 17. What are you doing? Eating paper?
I knew something was up with Daphne. I just didn't know what. But remember, Beth B loved her and trusted her. They worked together. That's how they got to know each other. And she put all her faith in her to handle all of her accounts, all of her business accounts, her retirement accounts, and such. And she just told me, trust Daphne. Daphne has everything. And I said, okay, I would, but I knew something was up.
Okay, paranoid much.
Daphne told me that Beth B had changed her mind and had left her everything. Had left Daphne everything. And I was in shock. I was in such shock. I didn't question it. I'm like, I don't know why she would change her mind, and I can't go into a lot of details, but I had text messages and such that said otherwise. But she said she changed her mind and left me everything. And I'm like, but then she told me basically that the deal that Bethany and I had worked out, it would still continue. Well, Daphne had an estate sale in June, less than a month after Bethany had died. She had an estate sale, hired a company, sold everything, and kept all the money.
Okay, so let's say Tricia she admits to not knowing that Beth B had cancer, yada yada. But that's not to say the same thing for Linda, Daphne. She may have known. She may, been preparing for this. And I mean, that's not, I don't know what the normal time is to having an estate sale. It depends on how much you have it together. If you hire a company, things like that. I would assume. I don't know.
Things happened. I can't go into detail, but I had Beth B's phone, and Beth B's phone had everything on it. Daphne had Beth B's 2 iPads, and she did all of her work on her phone and one of her iPads, and the other iPad was one she barely used, but she had both of them. And Daphne kept telling me, I have to have Beth B's phone. I need Beth B's phone. And by this time, I knew something was up. And Stacey, jump in if I'm forgetting something, okay?
Okay.
And I told her no, that I had lost it, which was a lie. And she knew it was a lie, but she couldn't get it from me.
Oh my
God. And she kept trying. And now I know why. It's an iPhone. It's an old iPhone. Now, let me back up. The day after Beth B died, on May 18th, is when I got that text.
May 17th.
From Beth B that said, be me. Now, her phone was an older phone. You couldn't pre-schedule a text to send. And she hadn't been able to text anything for at least 10 days. I don't know how it happened.
How would she know all that? Like she's an expert about an iPhone. She don't even use iPhone. I mean, they just, oh my God. But it
I
goes
got a text on May 18th saying, from Beth B saying, be me.
Yeah.
And there's another woo-woo that I can't go into now that's an even bigger woo-woo that is even more, just, there's no explanation for it. I talked to an Apple iPhone expert, and he just said there's no explanation for it, and I can't explain it, but it led to us discovering this fraud. Stacey and I, because Stacey has an iPhone, Stacey helped me get into, because I had all of Beth B's passwords. She had given me everything. I'd had it for years, but I never got into any of her accounts. I didn't need to. I would never do that. Well, we just wanted to look for something. We knew there was something that Beth B had supposedly signed the day before she died. We got an email saying that from a company saying that Beth B had signed a document on May 16th, the day before she died. Same day that Daphne asked me for a letter from the doctor saying she was incapacitated. And I'm like, how could she sign something? Well, we found it.
Wait. I was reading another document. Let me hear that again.
Before she died. We got an email saying that from a company saying that Beth B had signed a document on May 16th, the day before she died. Same day that Daphne asked me for a letter from the doctor saying she was incapacitated. And I'm like, how could she sign something? Well, we found it.
The fraud. The alleged fraud.
Thanks to Stacey's help, we found it on Beth B's iPhone.
Thanks to Stacey for helping me find that illegally, unauthorized.
And it was a very explicit banking document that.
What the fuck is an explicit banking
Beth B's retirement fund? It moved it into a bank account.
So the court
with Daphne's name, and I believe Beth B.
So the bank put themselves out on the line too, put their necks out there, and did something illegal. I mean,
His name
too much
on it. And then what it did, it was a retirement account that Beth B got $5,000 a month from. Well, and then it also on this particular document increased the amount Beth B got every month to $10,000 a month, and the increase would start on May 24th.
Okay.
Again,
and
Beth B died on May 16th, and
she's costing that portion of Beth B's estate money by fighting Linda and challenging the estate, right?
She signed this document, and Daphne had somebody else sign it that said, I've known Beth B for 13 years. This is her signature. She did sign this document. Now again, this document, but if I'm reading the document correctly, it put this retirement fund of Beth B's into a joint bank account of Daphne's and Beth B's. And then it increased the monthly amount that Beth B would be getting, but why would she need it increased? She had passed away. I mean, Stacey, remember when we found it?
Yes. Oh, yeah. We found exactly
yes, boss.
what she
Yes,
did.
boss.
Yeah. Because I mean, she had given a whole other story already about that and said it went
Yeah,
somewhere else and all this.
exactly.
And then all of a sudden we find this document.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she had said that Beth B had changed her mind and left her everything. Well, then we find this document that Beth B supposedly signed when she was basically in a coma.
Okay, so this is from Ancient Teapot. Oh, wait. I need to go back some, maybe. Let me just make sure. Okay, maybe not. The letter of incapacity is the prerequisite required to activate or validate the agent's authority under a springing POA. A medical POA is a legal document that designates an agent to make healthcare decisions, but it only takes effect when the principal is incapacitated. Right? And then Marty Ross says, Kelly, we now know from Zoom hearing, Linda is not up with the times and maybe could not get the task done. That was my impression too. And then Ancient Teapot also says the incapacitation would have been established to get the medical POA. Okay. Thank you for filling in some context. I hope this never happens to anybody I love. Good God. It's so predatory. I know y'all know that, but okay. I couldn't find the window.
So to say I was shocked is an understatement. I didn't quite know what to do. I did hire a lawyer. Let's see.
She is reading from notes, y'all. I'm telling you. That's what she's doing. So this was also calculated. Here, let's bring the whole gang, all my subscribers, all my supporters, so I can loop them in emotionally, get them emotionally invested, and then just tell them some bullshit like woo-woo ghost text to get, I mean, just the investment here is, and I noticed the same thing when people describe that Jessica Machado person. I'm like, oh my God, how many times are you going to come up with an excuse for why you can't be at a trial? People are like moving, they're having to keep up with so much just to watch you, just to follow you. And it seems manipulative big time, in my opinion.
And that's where it stands now. I can't say any more than that. There will be a court date soon. Daphne has no idea what we have found. She doesn't watch this stuff. She doesn't understand it. And if she does, good. I hope she is. I hope she's watching it because I want her to be worried sick about what we found.
That's disgusting.
And also, I keep getting these Apple notices saying, your Apple security code is da da da. Please don't give it to anybody else. Well, I know that's Daphne trying to get into Beth B's iPads with all of her other accounts on her iPads, and I keep getting them like in the middle of the night. And that's the only thing it can be. That's the only thing that makes sense is that she's trying to get into her accounts and she can't get into them because she doesn't have the passwords, and so she's trying to change the passwords. But
it's in my Faraday bag.
The recovery phone is now my phone number.
Yeah, I can
not
do that.
Beth B's, it's mine. Now I changed it. So I started getting these quite regularly about a little less than a month ago. So I knew something was up. And one night I got like 3 of them in the middle of the night.
Okay, less than a month.
And then the next.
So this was like in February of this year, 2026, this field trip from my memory. And she says, and I started getting these about a little less than a month ago. So January. So I knew something was up.
Quite regularly about a little less than a month ago. So I knew something was up. And one night I got like 3 of them in the middle of the night.
3 requests to change the password.
And then the next day is when that guy came to my door.
Ding, ding, dong. Right away.
And started pounding on my door and ringing the doorbell. Pound, 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 ding, dong, ding, dong, pound, pound, pound. And I'm watching him. And I didn't answer the door. But it was maybe about 6 or 7 hours after I'd gotten the last alert.
Produce the ring video.
We were able to get a close-up of the badge he was wearing. And Stacy's son was able to tell that that badge came from a department in Texas. So Texas says Texas on it. You can't see the name or anything. And it came from the Department of Texas that handles
Was it? Oh,
final estates. Gosh, I should have that ready to go.
so it wasn't the Adult Protection Services.
What's it called? Final. It's called,
It reminds me of my Uncle Charles used to handle estates. You know, I can't think of the name. Oh my God. People's money. He used to handle people's money. And I mean, I have a couple of his business cards around here. I just don't have one right here within reach, but they kind of say the same thing as what they're about to say.
insurance and final estates or final something. What is it, Stacy?
Okay.
And do y'all remember when Lori's dad got in trouble for like going door to door and soliciting the same thing, the same kind of thing?
Grab it real quick. Let's see. And it is. There we go.
You got in trouble?
Life, accident, health, and HMO final expenses.
Final expenses. That's it. That was the tag he's wearing. And I don't know what he wanted, but he was very aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
And Stacy called that department and she said, if that would have been one of our people, he would have left a message or he would have left a letter or a card.
He did.
But he didn't do any of that. And he didn't come back.
What?
And he only came to.
Didn't she just ask what the fuck was on the card? Hold on.
Final expenses.
Final expenses. That's it.
There we go. Okay.
Wait.
Estates. Gosh, I should have that ready to go. And Stacy's son was able to tell.
Oh, the badge. My bad.
That badge came from a department in Texas. So Texas says Texas on it. You can't see the name or anything.
I couldn't see it, but maybe they watched the video of the Ring door cam.
And it came from the Department of Texas that handles final estates. Gosh, I should have that ready to go.
Yeah, you should.
What's it called? Final. It's called insurance and final estates or final something. What is it, Stacy?
I'll grab it real quick.
Oh my
Let's
God.
see. And it is. There we go. Okay.
God, you're getting on my nerves.
Life, accident, health, and HMO final expenses.
Final expenses. That's it. That was the tag he's wearing. And I don't know what he wanted, but he was very aggressive. And Stacy called that department and she said, if that would have been one of our people, he would have left a message or he would have left, a letter or a card. But
and why wouldn't Tricia call? Since, you know, she experienced it. Why would Stacy call? Was Tricia scared that it was the Adult Protection Services is my question. Like, that sounds more plausible. Especially to get those texts all of a sudden, she was saying that the month before, so she knew something was up. He
didn't do any of that. And he didn't come back. And he only came to my house. I don't know why.
How would you know if you went to anybody else's house?
No idea why.
I'll see.
I do think it was somebody that Daphne sent. I think, again, it's just a theory. I think Daphne was trying to get Beth B's phone. And I think the guy might have said something like, hey, we're investigating Beth B. She left you some money and we want to give it to you, but we need all of her electronics. So can you please hand over your electronics? I don't know.
What? Hold on.
Again, it's just a theory. I think Daphne was trying to get Beth B's phone. And I think the guy might have said something like,
what do you mean you think the guy might have said something like, is it a theory or did it fucking actually happen?
Hey, we're investigating Beth B. She left you some money and we want to give it to you, but we need all of her electronics. So can you please hand over your electronics? I don't know. I don't know.
But Daphne would have, your theory is that Daphne sent him and he just was like, hey, let me get them electronics. You're the winner of somebody's life estate. Ugh.
He was carrying a laptop bag, but it looks
just big enough to put a laptop in.
Heavy, and it looks bulky. He's got something.
Oh, by the way, in my opinion, Tricia is dry begging again. She needs a new laptop. Somebody needs to go teach her ass how to clean it, how to clean your laptops. Then they won't be acting stupid. You won't have to dry beg for them anymore. That's just my advice. You're welcome. It's free. Allegedly.
And Stacey, I don't know. Can you show that picture of him now?
Yeah.
I downloaded it. It should be in the media assets.
Yeah. I was actually going over that document that we were talking about. That's what I was just doing. So I'll get that picture up. Here we go.
Okay.
There it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I got food out there for the porch kitty.
Okay. Now look at the back of the phone. Do you see a picture at all? because I don't. I mean, I had blown this up, put it in my Canva app, and like tried to clean it up as best as I could. And you don't see any picture. It looks like just a thing that sticks onto the back of it. Or it could be cards, you know, just kind of stuck to the back of it.
Okay. And he's on his phone the whole time.
It could be a pop socket.
But he used his phone hand to knock on it and to ring my doorbell. It was a boom, boom, boom.
So he couldn't have banged too hard if he used his phone hand, if he still had his laptop bag in his right hand and his phone hand with his phone in it to bang on her door. How could it be fucking aggressively?
Boom, ding dong, boom, boom, boom. Now, if you look at that bag, it looks like it's got something heavy in it.
It don't.
And I don't know what. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. There is a chance this has nothing to do with anything to do with Beth B.
Has nothing to do with it.
It really may not.
It don't.
I don't know.
It does not.
But there he is. Now you can't see it, but on his.
It's just as bad as freaking Lauren. I have a stalker. You know, I have a porch guy. With Nancy Guthrie going down right now when they're sharing all this.
Phone, he has a picture of somebody on the back of his phone. He's holding it with his fingertips. And when we looked at the phone, my first thought was, that's my son. And then we thought, no, it's probably me, probably a picture of me, and he's got it to make sure he has the right person. But I couldn't say for sure if it was me or not.
What is it, a stick drawing? Because there ain't no picture on the back of that. Sorry.
So I sent the picture to my son, and I said, what do you think of this? That's all I said. And he goes, what's that dude doing with a picture of me from high school? Oh my God.
That sounds like she said something about a picture and then sent it to him, and then maybe he's questioning Tricia's initial poisoning of the well, basically. You know, her mentioning it. I don't know. It's weird.
We could be wrong.
Yep.
I don't know why you'd have a picture of my son. I have no idea.
They don't.
But it's getting dark. I want to get out here and take a look around. So, so there you go. You can take it down now, Stace, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Golly.
But I don't know. What do you guys think? I'd like to know what y'all think. I can't. We haven't told you everything because we can't. But just know that it is going to it is going to court. Go ahead.
There is one thing about the document that we missaid. So on the document, the money's to be distributed.
I can barely hear you. Can you speak up louder?
Yeah. So the only name on the account is Bethany's, not the other person.
Okay.
Right. Nobody else's name is on it.
Right. Not even where it's supposed to go to. So it's like.
It's her estate. Like, is it supposed to have a name? Are they fucking professionals at this shit? How many times a year do they do this?
Well, we think we were able to tell. It's got a partial account number. Do you see that on the document?
It's got the whole account number here.
Okay. Well, I think if I remember correctly, somehow my lawyer we were able to tell that was an account at a bank, and through other documents, we think it is a joint account. Again, not 100% sure on it either. You know.
Yeah.
So.
Because I do remember that when we found this, we thought, whoa, that's really bad because that's another issue altogether.
Another issue?
Yeah. Moving it to another whole bank account. So anyway, again, a lot of this is just kind of guessing on our part. But what we do know is that this document we found was not signed by Beth B. Not on the date, and it lists the date as May.
You know about signed documents, unsigned documents. I mean, oh my Lord. Remember when Andy said about the Tricia didn't sign her document for this court hearing? So she don't need to go there. You know? Not especially when you do the shit yourself. That's the most enraging thing right there. In my opinion.
2025. She was not opening her eyes. She couldn't even grunt. And she died the next day. She didn't sign anything.
Shut up.
She signed nothing. And then to have Daphne, you know, Daphne's name is on it somewhere signed, and then to have somebody else from her company sign it, attesting to the fact that that was Beth B's signature.
It's not even a signature. It's like little bitty thing. It's not even a signature. It's ridiculous.
Itty bitty.
Well, it's supposed to be her name.
Yeah,
is the deal.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I know it is. It is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, I'm just in front of Beth B's house now. I'm good. Everything is still locked up. That's all good. It's all very good here. Hi, baby. Oh, I can hear a kitty. Hi, Mama. Hi, sweetie. I know.
She's like, all the strays come to my house. Okay. And now she's acting like she even knows this cat. Like this cat was the glue that would go to Beth B's house while Tricia was there. It's so gross what she's doing here.
I know, honey. I don't have any food,
Unscripted.
but I think you
Right
live
here.
across the street. I think you have a house. Hi, baby. Yes, you used to come visit us, huh? I know. I know.
If she didn't have a live stream, I feel like she'd kick it.
I miss her too, honey. I miss her too. Be careful, okay?
I miss her
Yeah,
too.
that's. Oh, are you gonna come right? Are you gonna stand right in front of me? Okay. If I'd have thought I'd have brought some kitty food over.
Oh yeah.
Yes, it's good to see you. I'll bring some
Make
food
her
over
porch all
tomorrow, honey.
trashy.
Okay. Yeah, but so far everything's looking good.
To me, this feels like, especially after initially seeing it and discovering it with a lot of you guys with Jolene, and just to the point where we were like, wait, what's going on? It just kept getting weirder and weirder. And then it just became like, this sounds like it's against the law. Something's wrong here. That was my experience. Okay. But then going back and going over it, it looks like she's foaming at the mouth to move into this house. To to possess Beth B, like be me, to possess her possessions. It's the weirdest shit. But it's like I've gone and looked at houses that, I was in the market for. And I'm like, oh yeah, I can envision that over there and we can put this here. You know what I'm saying? That's what it felt like to me. Not to go, well, maybe double meaning. Maybe it was to check on the property, to see how much she was locked out of it. But also she talks about some cords being organized and stuff and a tote. And I'm like, was that you? Was that why Linda, put locks on the house and locked you out, basically turn the lights off? Was that to keep you out because you had been going in there? Were you? Allegedly? I don't know. Questions.
The neighbor mowed the lawn, which was really nice of him to do.
I don't think she knew that. I think that she can just see that it was mowed and she's just making up a story. That's just my impression.
She has a big, beautiful backyard.
Oh.
So.
She means I do. I have one.
I'll make sure this is not here. I will tell you. Let's see here. Kind of. I can see the backyard. Kind of hard to see. But there we go. That's good. The wall is still there. That's all good.
All good.
It's all looking good. Okay, very good. What room is that?
Oh yeah. You washed dishes, didn't you?
Oh, it's the kitchen.
Oh yeah. Kitchen.
I will tell you that, like I told you earlier, where I believe the money will end up is a Hollywood ending.
And that's all she can think about is where the money's going to go, where the house is going to go, where this.
And even though I was told,
be careful with her words,
that I was beneficiary, and I was told the things that Beth B told me she was leaving me, because of the paperwork that was supposed to be done by Daphne. And Daphne told Beth B it was all done, it was all handled, don't you worry about a thing. And she didn't do anything. And then she said that it didn't matter anyway because Beth B changed her mind and left her everything. Yeah.
I wish I could have been there.
That didn't happen. What's ironic, what is so ironic, is Beth B told me what she was leaving Daphne, not the exact amount, but it was a lot. And if Daphne would have done what she promised Beth B she was going to do, she would have a nice chunk right now. And she wouldn't be getting ready to be discovered for fraud.
Oh. Weird lady.
So.
You have a car. What do you need another car or two for? Greedy.
Let's see. The backyard. She had a new fence put up in 2023, I believe.
Okay.
She put the smooth side out in the alley so nobody could climb over it.
She must know that from experience.
It's all looking good. It's all looking really good. All right. Now, isn't that exciting? Woohoo! Yeehaw!
No.
Fun stuff.
Wow.
Let's see. Are there any questions?
Let me see.
We got questions.
What about a will, says Deborah?
There was supposed to be a will. There is a will, an old one, very old one, that has been found, which is what we're working with now. So 2011,
yep, you found,
and again, if it all works out, It will be a Hollywood ending. But we've got to get
Hollywood
the
is weird.
authorities to take back that large account that was stolen from Beth B, in my opinion.
Okay. Now she says, in my opinion. Now she says, in my opinion. Oh my gosh. That's what she's worried about, to take back that large account that was stolen from Beth B, in my opinion.
It was stolen and put into somebody else's account while Beth B was incapacitated.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't sign anything.
It was, y'all said earlier, it was in Beth B's name still.
She couldn't. And she didn't change her mind. I don't understand.
She don't like you. We don't like you.
And it just breaks my heart because she loved Daphne and trusted her.
Yeah, she might have loved you and trusted you, and then found out she might have fucked up and found out. I don't know. Which heart breaks my heart.
And I found communications later on my phone that I'd forgotten about. And also on Beth B's phone, between Beth B and Daphne, talking about.
No, you're not going to find them between Beth B and Daphne if they're on your phone. Why would Beth B and Daphne's communications be in your phone? Ever.
Daphne and trusted her. And I found communications later on my phone that I'd forgotten about. And also on Beth B's phone, between Beth B and Daphne, talking about the final arrangements and such and what was supposed to happen. But because I don't have the actual will, I just have
such a detriment.
The conversation about how it was to be put together. It doesn't matter.
That's receipts.
Doesn't matter. My lawyer said the court will just go, you don't have the will. Sorry. Yeah, I know what she says here and I know what she said there. And
she didn't change it in her will. So you're right. Your lawyer's right. Just now I said you had receipts, but doesn't it kind of quash that, the will?
I know what Daphne said, and I know all of that, but hey, there's no actual will, so tough. So
tough.
In that sense, I am out of luck, and I honestly don't know what I'm going to do, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. So let's see. Any other questions?
Yeah, was Daphne's document notarized? No.
And I think that's why she had somebody else sign it.
What?
To attest.
Somebody else sign it? So now the conspiracy involves not even Beth B signing it?
So that was Beth, but that was why she needed the note from the doctor saying that Beth B was incapacitated. Now, Daphne did have her medical power of attorney, and medical, nothing else. Just the medical part, to make medical decisions, which she signed the day she went in the hospital. She gave it to Daphne.
Right, because they ask you. They ask me when Jason goes in. Okay.
Which was fine with me. I mean, they'd known each other for.
It has to be fucking fine with you.
A long time. I trusted Daphne just like I trusted Beth B. I had no idea. I had no idea any of this.
I hope this is the part about the or I guess whenever Beth B was being taken in or admitted into the hospital, because I get confused where I heard what. So hopefully this is that part.
What's going to happen?
Because I want to know that more.
But looking back on it, there were things that were said to me that I'm like, I can't believe I didn't just jump in and go, what the hell? You're trying to steal this. Because I couldn't believe it. Right, Stacey?
Oh, right. Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. And then to do an estate sale so quickly with no will, no anything. Just.
You would have known that if it was Beth B being admitted in the hospital. She wasn't dead yet. If that's what you're talking about.
Sold almost everything she owned. And then gave away her car. The car that I was supposed to have, gave it away to somebody in her church.
Okay.
But she didn't have a right to do it. Still, all of this is still in Beth B's name. All of everything. That's what's so crazy. I don't know how she thought she could get away with this, Let's see. Any other questions?
You're crazy.
Well, she definitely set somebody else up with this document here. So she's on a roll.
I'm sorry, she what?
Just set somebody else up with this document too. She's on a roll.
Yeah.
Trying to cover herself.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be a year in this May. It'll be a year.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, no. I just didn't.
Does Daphne visit the house? I don't know. I think she does. She does not have a key. I know that. And I know she wants something. I think she wants something from the house. I'm not sure though. But she probably does drive by. But
Tricia might have a key if she was going and helping Beth B. Or, I don't know.
Some little old lady.
How do you know how old she is?
I had to slow it down.
What'd you do? Fucking look her up? Yep. Wait a minute. You don't know how old someone is from a GoFundMe donation. She looked her name up, y'all. I swear to God, she had to have looked her fucking up to know she was older. Yeah, it raised $14,000 or some shit.
Fund me to raise me. And I said, thank you so much for donating. You've already donated so much. You don't need to donate anymore.
Oh, so she emailed her to get her on the phone to tell her not to donate anymore.
She's done it before.
I don't want to drain your bank account. She burst out laughing. And she said, you're not going to drain my bank account, for God's sakes. And we just started talking and we hit it off immediately. And we were laughing our behinds off. And she was the one when my roof caved in. And I went, I don't even know what I'm going to do now. She said, come on, I'll move you to Dallas. And I said, I'm not making enough money to.
Oh my God, this is getting worse and worse.
I'm going to do now. She said, come on, I'll move you to Dallas. And I said, I'm not making enough money to live in Dallas. She said, don't you worry. And again, very generous, got me to Dallas. I fortunately found a house 10 minutes away from her, which was great.
Okay. My membership had expired with Dreadful Penny, so I was refreshing that because she did one earlier where she talked about, shoot, let me drag it to that point. Oop. Oh, wait. Hold on. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Let's see. Yeah, right around here. Good Lord. Okay.
To my mind, it didn't really go. She thinks it went in her favor because the judge agreed to listen to her evidence.
It's close captions aren't there yet.
I don't think the judge really has a ton of choice, right? So, but this, I wanted to share this. So one of our gang here, Ann Cormody, posted this the other day. I don't know if you guys can see it, but she says, so Tricia's saying, oh, we won't be here tomorrow because of this project. And this was the day before the trial or the hearing. And Anne said, I believe that the project is your court case tomorrow where you're claiming that you should be the executor of Beth B's estate. We did see on another podcast that your legal paperwork that will also be presented on you claiming Beth's house, car, and 20% of the funds from her estate. We did see in the document that you had claimed all the reasons why you should get the majority of her estate, and the one that stuck out was that you were Beth B's housekeeper, when in fact you told us viewers a while ago Beth B had a housekeeper. Let's hope the rescued animals at the shelter are the winners in all this, and Tricia, you and your treasured pets will continue to live
just
in your
present
sheltered haven. And Tricia responded saying the Zoom hearing did happen, and I can say I'm extremely happy. So this is what we want to look at, though. Insightful OG, so that's Stacy.
Mm-hmm.
She says, I've done my duty and responded to some trolls. I'm done now. The rest can go crazy all they want, cry laughing emoji. And then she responds again, saying, you must of, rather than you must have. You must of misread the documents. She's not asking to be executor of the estate.
Boom, boom, boom.
I don't think that Anne said that she was. So I think that Stacy was misreading Anne, but never mind. She was not a housekeeper to Beth. Beth had a housekeeper.
Right
Tricia
there.
and her became friends years before the live stream was even started. She came to a point in her life where she needed help taking care of herself. Tricia was a trusted friend, so she reached out for help. Tricia left everything to go help Janet and her friend during his kidney transplant.
She left.
Trish told the court what was said to her, but she's not asking for that.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, she's not asking for the money. She's just saying that that's what was promised to her. She said to the people involved a long time ago that the money goes to the animal shelter. She's doing what she's doing to stop someone else from taking what belongs to the animal
That makes
shelter.
no sense, does it?
The city attorney himself said Tricia is the one who contacted them and let them know the shelter is the beneficiary. Except that they had already been contacted by Linda Mills and made agreements that she should be the executor. So I'm not sure what that's all about. It's in the court documents. Once this is done, you will find out that people whose information you trusted were lying, either lying or terrible researchers. Then what? Do you think that they'll apologize? Will you apologize? People have been defaming others without knowing all of the facts. Do you know what has been going on behind the scenes with the authorities? Have you seen all of the evidence there pertains to the actions of certain people in the case? No, you haven't. It hasn't been made public. Also, in one of my conversations with authorities, I've been informed that some things that have been happening to Trish by the psychos, for example, contacting her employer, etc., that believe all the lies are committing elder abuse.
Employer? She sold
Trish isn't the one committing crimes here, yet clearly crimes are being committed by others, and yet you all say Trish is the bad one. So yeah. Stephanie is over there. Stacey is over there, full-throatedly accusing us of elder abuse, which is straight up projection.
I didn't even know it.
And they have admitted, at least on here, that she had a housekeeper and that Tricia was not her housekeeper, which is what she claims in the paperwork.
Okay, so that's why
I don't know. I don't know what any of it means, except that there's no doubt in my mind that it's all just more of the same lies. And
I played this because of of Stacey admitting that Tricia was not the housekeeper, that she paid a housekeeper. Just
I'm curious, somebody said in live the other day when we were talking about the hearing that all of this comes out in public, right? That probate is all public. So whatever happens in the end, there's not going to be any NDAs or anything signed like there were with
Sue Pruitt.
With what's her thing? Sue Pruitt, right? Where they settled. And we only have Tricia's version of things.
Somebody called the casino.
But,
oh my Lord.
To me, this means if it was true that they had discovered that Linda Mills was up to no good,
then shame on her too.
I don't understand. Did they just they got partway through exposing these people and then they just started deleting it all after doing all that? It doesn't really make sense to me. I feel like they would have cared.
And then they're not bringing it up in the court filings.
Right, and said exactly what was
like bullshit.
It doesn't seem like it would be. I don't know.
But she's not asking for that. She said to the people involved a long time ago, along is 2 words, that the money goes to the animal shelter. She's doing what she's doing to stop someone else from taking what belongs to the animal shelter. To me, I feel like this is costing Beth B's estate money and is less that the animal shelter would get. But that's just me. For Linda having to defend herself or, stand up for Beth B's estate, it just seems money has to pay the lawyer somehow.
No, I'm not a lawyer, but I think it's crazy that they did what they did, but I don't think it's illegal that they did what they did in terms of going online and saying all the things that they said, right?
And if I am wrong, I have no problem admitting so and saying sorry. Okay. So that's just me. And I think that's Dreadful Penny. I think that's Jolene, Jay, any of us who have been calling out Tricia's bullshit. Andy, I do believe we're credible people. Okay. We're not known to be liars.
I think probate is, I think it's pretty normal. Right.
But when they're wrong, for sure, they've not shown that at all. They've doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down.
That's what I think, right? If they had proof, they would have plastered it everywhere because it's not like they have any restraint, right? They have shown us over and over that they completely lack restraint. Tricia is a fucking lunatic who is very happy to go into crime ground and break all the rules so that she can get up to John Ramsey and accuse him and record him and then deny. So why would they have any restraint in this situation, right? Especially if she had some actual proof.
Yeah. Okay, so there's that. And then let's finish this out too.
That she's going to try to challenge. She just will. Because that's what she's shown us she will do.
Me too.
Okay. So none of the outside evidence came in. Nothing Nothing came in. So the things that we know, the things that she's told us, the stolen phone, the alleged hacking into accounts by Stacy and whoever.
This is the latest. Andy attended the Zoom hearing. It was called a troll by Tricia in front of the judge, by the way. And then Andy got to correct her on the record that she was not a troll, that she was an investigative journalist attending the trial.
You know, of course, didn't come into play
for hearing.
But it's interesting because at one point, when the hearing was going back and forth,
this is the latest.
And it was really just between the lawyers. And then there was the third lawyer from the city, Duncanville, who helps administer the Tri-County animal shelter funds, who seemed appalled to be there, and whatever. Anyway, so nobody else spoke. Nobody else spoke during this. Linda didn't speak, although she was woefully inept with her Zoom and kept interrupting and kept having to get yeeted because she just couldn't figure it out or something. Tricia's only offer was to swear to tell the truth, and then she called me an internet troll, which I thought was a bold move in a court of law. But anyway, get the transcript, see how I answered that. Anyway, public trial, whatever. I say bring the independent administrator, because at one point the judge said, you know, we haven't even, you know, said to Linda Daphne's lawyer, like, you haven't gotten any discovery yet, right? And it's almost like they hadn't thought about discovery. And this is just me reading the room. Oh man, what's going to happen when discovery comes? Linda aside, because I think at this point, Linda's out of it. I really do. And I don't care.
Too old.
I really don't. Making you wait for what? Hypnotizes lobsters. No, she called me internet troll. That's it. I mean, I said something. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I said, no, that's not correct. My name is Andy Kopsa, and I'm an investigative journalist, and I'm attending this as a member of the public. That's it. And everybody just introduced themselves. It was stupid. She's an idiot. And she's got, and this is the thing, is like, she doesn't know how to behave. She doesn't know how to behave in a court of law. Clearly, she thinks she rules the roost. Because that judge doesn't care. She wouldn't care if I were. You dumb down? Not the judge. She was right. Tricia. But this is who she is, right? We know who she is. She believes that she is right because she's gotten away with this shit before. We've seen it. Everybody's been on it.
Yep.
Yeah. And you know what? Intervision is right. Dead man's rule did come into play. Yeah. By a deceased person, unless that statement can be independently corroborated. Yeah. So Tricia's not going to be able to prove any of this up unless she forges documents and all sorts of stuff, or has Stacy of the Frogs come on and testify. But I do remember, I do want people to remember, she did not sign her, and she did not sign her affidavit.
There you go.
She didn't sign it.
She's picking on Linda.
Something that you swear to under penalty of perjury, one would think if you were telling the truth, you would be happy to put your name to.
Yep.
Nope. Mm-mm. And it alleged everything you can, and again, Penny read it. And
wasn't that the same thing though that happened to like 3 of the depositions in, or not the declarations in Lauren Hidden True Crime? 3 of the people, I want to say Lauren, or was it, I don't know. It was 3 people. I think Tricia didn't sign one. I want to say Grayson didn't sign one, but I think maybe Lauren might have been the 3rd one, but I'm not sure. I don't remember, but something along those lines.
And she's going to talk about it more, but sorry, let me go see what you guys are saying.
Yeah, that's so terrible. Okay, so, oh my gosh, I keep losing my spot because I keep changing windows. But, so let me move this closer to where I am. Okay, so subtext was also present for the hearing and says, my jaw fell wide open when Tricia interrupted the judge to call Andy a troll. Extreme secondhand embarrassment moment. Right? One would actually think. And thank you for going to and attending that. You know? Ugh. I appreciate it.
Do you have anyone supporting her? Purple Coconut says, do you mean Tricia? Her lawyer.
He's paid to do so.
DB coming in with a what the frick, dude. Right. The judge let what pass? Calling me a troll? She doesn't care. Who cares? You know, I mean, just me, truly. It doesn't matter. It says, I just said, because there were a number of people there. Penny, subtext, me, lawyers who hadn't filed into the case yet on behalf of the city, associated with the shelter. And so the judge was just trying to reconnoiter. That's not uncommon. This happens all the time more often than not when I'm doing court observation for immigration court. They'll just say, can you just say your name and what your role is? Andy Kopsa, I'm a court observer. You know, I work with IARC or whatever volunteer organization I'm working with. And Tricia just can't stand it. Can't stand it. So I don't think, is subtext still in here?
I'm looking for your website subtext.
She signed the affidavit. No, I didn't see it signed unless she's.
I'm looking for your site subtext, but it's bringing me all kinds of different ways that's not bringing me to you. If I can share
one in. So this is hi, Kresha. How are you? There was a beautiful eclipse today. I'll have to put up pictures. It was glorious here in the Emerald Isle. So you say they shouldn't allow evidence from Beth B's phone that was admittedly broken into. Yes, this is what I think too.
That's crazy. Subtext press. I had to go to the court 2 hours before. Thank God you live around there to get the Zoom info because they only post the info outside the courtroom. Oh my God. Wow. That's crazy. Goodness.
Oh, I see. So I didn't hear that. So thank you, subtext. Her lawyer said he'd file it. Oh, and he did. Okay. I've not checked the docket because I've been stargazing and watching the sky. Whatever. I do think that in, what subtext you can see how this reads to you, but I do honestly believe that this is going to be administrated by an independent third party. I really do. And I think that's for the best.
Probably be the best. Yeah.
I mean, look, I know Trish is a POS when it comes to getting money and scamming people. We know that. I don't know shit about Linda. She could be as bad. Third party? Great. Let's do that.
Yep.
Let's get it all on the record. Prove it. Prove it up. And the thing that I kept thinking about during this whole thing is that, this reminds me of a Lauren Matthias situation where she also submitted all sorts of bullshit, none of which pointed to Christina. None of it.
Nope.
And we all know that now after the fact because of the body cam, all of the false police reports she filed.
Yep.
All of the everything. We know that she was just pure making shit up. But I predict that Tricia pulled a page out of that book and will now do a live where she goes on a tour congratulating herself for righting some wrong and getting that Hollywood ending for the pups and the kitties. She wanted the house. She wanted the house. She wanted the money. She claimed it was owed to her. And remember, it's only after she alleged fraud against Linda Daphne.
Thank you, Angela.
So the case was never over, right? Even though she tried to tell people that it was. So it pays to go through yield dockets and keep up to date on that because nope. Which part is inappropriate? Yeah, but you know what? Marissa Monroe. Yes, it's totally inappropriate. But again, Tricia, when has she been appropriate?
Right.
I mean, when she's slung up at the One Armed Bandit in what do you call that place? Las Vegas. It's my first Coke Zero. Ugh. It's not bad. So what else do you guys say? Let's see. Rhombohedral. Okay. I saw a total eclipse as I was sleeping in France. Difference between having 3 numbers correct in the jack. Yes. Actually, this year it was Spain. Spain had the full cha-cha Ireland got 95, so it was still pretty cool. Let's see. Let me see what else you guys are saying. Okay, so subtext again, only because Tricia accused Linda of fraud. She did the same thing regarding Helen Ross's estate in the Hollister Animal Shelter.
Oh, yeah.
She has a pattern, doesn't she? But she'll try to tell everybody that no. I simply had my own lawyer who I paid out of my own pocket to try to force somebody to do the right thing with money. Now, that seems like a steamy, creamy pile of bullshit coming from Tricia. So I don't know, man. So I think that there is on the 9th. I think that where it let off, I'm trying to go through my notes. Let's see. So they went through some mediators. They suggested trying to get a mediator between Linda and Tricia. And Linda's attorney's like, oh, look, man, and we don't need to mediate anything if there's an independent administrator. And it's right, because then it will all fall on Tricia, because Linda's not arguing for money, right? At least in her filings. There's no argument being made, I'm owed this or I'm owed that. The argument is that I want to administrate this and pass this through. Tricia can say whatever she wants. Nothing's been proved in a court. She can say, but Linda was going to do this, but Linda was going to do that, but blurgity, blurgity, blur.
What happened? Oh, is this when she got thrown out? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was the end of it, because it kicked her out, and then she was just like, oh, well, screw it. But only, and then subtext right here says, only because Tricia accused Linda of fraud, though. She did the same thing regarding Helen Ross's estate and the Hollister Animal Shelter, which is what I was looking up real quick, too, because I just got to find it. Hold on just one second. Hold, please. I thought I had a little more time. I'm looking into the OLAP right now. Okay, here. Oh, wait, this is only 1:32. Oh, well.
Friend Helen. Websleuths, is that a ring I see? Yes, this is my friend Helen. And if you are in the old Forums for Justice days, her name was Zumama. And she's someone that I lived with while she was ill, and she passed away. And this is a ring that she belonged to a gaggle of nuns. What is it called when you join the nunnery? She got very disillusioned. Anyway, they gave you your ring that says Helen on it. It's carved in, and then another ring because you were married to God. And she got fed up because she found out it was just all a bunch of crap, and they didn't practice what they preached at all. So she left and became a party woman. Anyway, she gave this to me right before she died.
You know, my friend,
okay,
her name was Helen, and she passed away Christmas Day 2015, and she literally saved my life, people. And someday I'll tell you that story. She was a former nun, and man, she was a nun. And then she saw some things that really disillusioned her in the nunnery, I guess what you call it. So she gave it up. She went a little wild for a while. Anyway, when I went to live with her to help her, we dared each other to get a tattoo. So the former nun and me got a tattoo.
Okay. Okay.
It was at a Staples here in just in Park City.
Oh, I'm like, what the hell? Okay, I pulled up the bigger video, looking for it. Hold on. Where is it at? Okay. Here. Nope. Here. Give me a second. I just can't find it in my tabs. Okay, here. Nope, that's dreadful. Wait. Yep. Ow. Oh my God.
This is a very personal and a very emotional story that I'm about to tell you, and I need to ask for your help for ideas on what to do. Remember last night I told you about that horrible lawsuit and how when they filed it, when my ex-business partner filed it, she said in an email, "Don't worry, Tricia doesn't have enough money for a lawyer, and our lawyer is free, so she'll just give up and I'll get Websleuths." Well, I was very fortunate enough to have a couple of friends who helped me out. And the one that helped me out the most was this lovely woman who was my dear friend named Helen Ross. She went by Zoo Mama on the John Benet Ramsey forums. And I remember I went to live with her to help her recover from a broken ankle. And, I was sued and I was just devastated. I couldn't even talk. I would just sob. And, how am I going to do this? I don't know what to do. I have no money. And I didn't even think to ask her because it was going to be so much. Anyway, she sat me down and she told me a story.
Sorry.
She was engaged to the most wonderful man in the world. And she got scared and didn't want to marry him. So she went off and became a nun. Like, didn't tell him, left him, and then called him and said, I joined the convent. I'm a nun.
Whoa.
And she left the convent because she said it was incredibly hypocritical. It was awful. And it was just a mean-spirited, terrible place. And she came out in the world and she just started working. She'd been in the Navy and she was a nurse and she worked her whole life. And her whole life, she just saved all this money. And she kept thinking, what did I save this money for? What did I save this money for? And she said she kept praying to God because she's very religious. God, what am I supposed to do with this money? I can give it away. Is that what you want me to do? And she never felt she got an answer. And the day that I was served, she said she got her answer. I'm going to try not to cry here. And that's what she was going to do with the money. She was going to help me pay the attorney's fees. She couldn't help pay it all. I had another incredibly generous friend that helped, but she did the most. And my attorney's fees came out to about $120,000, and that didn't even go to court. Ooh. So I'll never forget that.
Did you say $120,000?
Yeah, we didn't even get to court. We didn't go to court.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was 2 years of fighting because their attorney was free because her husband was an attorney and he had his law firm handle it, or his friend's law firm handle it for free. So she just kept filing stuff, trying to drain money. Yeah, it was awful. But the good news is I got the top internet libel attorneys in the nation to take my case because they looked at it and
you still pled the fifth.
They chose the cases. They had so many cases to choose from. They looked at mine and they said, this is really an injustice. She's obviously trying to steal this business from you. We'll take the case. But first thing we need is 10,000. And then in a couple more months, we're going to need 25 and then another 30. And that's just what it cost. But I got to keep Websleuths, and that's what mattered. And I couldn't have done it without her. So I lived with her for 2 years. And she was a volunteer at the Hollister Animal Shelter. And it was under the chief of police, which is strange, but Hollister's a very small town. And she lived in this gorgeous, kind of like painted lady's house in San Francisco. She had a big Victorian house that was built in the 1890s that she owned outright. And anyway,
God, the similarities are glaring.
She was telling me about her will, and she was going to leave a lot of money to the animal shelter. But her biggest fear was that the police captain at the time, not the one that's there today, but let me tell you about the one they had at the time. His name is David Westrick. She couldn't stand him, and she said, "I am so worried that." She said, my lawyer said we can't absolutely demand that they give it to the animal shelter. We can make it very clear that that's where they want it. That's where I want it to go. And she even showed me the language, and she worked on it with her attorney, and then we look at it. And anyway, the language was very clear. The money she was going to leave when she passed away was going to go to the Hollister Animal Shelter, but it goes to the government agency that oversees the shelter, which is the chief of police. Well, David Westrick retired, and he was replaced with another guy. And this guy did the same thing. And what did they do? Well, she died in 2015 on Christmas Day, and I was with her in the hospital. It's just she and I, and it was horrible, terrible. She had congestive heart failure. She'd had it for years, and she was taken way too soon. We were going to travel the country and do all this fun stuff, and it just, oh my God. But literally on her deathbed, she was talking about the money she left to the animal shelter and to make sure
that it goes to the animal shelter.
I'm looking for your site.
Well, I believe what she did was her house was paid for. So she sold it. I mean, her brother sold it. And then the proceeds from that house were to go to the animal shelter. That was in 2015. As of December 22nd, that trust fund that's supposed to go to the Hollister Animal Shelter is now $500,000. And it's just sitting there. And let me tell you why. Through all her instructions, it is not to go anywhere else, nowhere else but the Hollister Animal Shelter. It's not to go to the police department. It's not to go to any other department. It is to go directly to the animal shelter, to help pay the employees and help get upgraded equipment and build a bigger shelter. I mean, all kinds of great things. That money is life-changing for a small town animal shelter. But here we sit, and let me read you this article.
Oh my God.
And this is from the KSBW Action News 8. In Hollister, an animal shelter volunteer left more than $300,000 to the city when she died in 2015. But years later, some say the money isn't being used for what it was intended. Her name was Helen M. Ross, and before dying in 2015, she donated more than $300,000 to the city of Hollister. She had to donate it to the city to get it to the animal shelter. That's right. She wanted the money to be used to help care for the animals at the local shelter where she volunteered for 13 years. Hollister's assistant city manager said, "The language in the trust is very clear that we are to use it internally and for the care and shelter of the animals here." But 7 years later, this is at the end of 2022, not a penny has been spent. Instead, it's sitting in a city-held trust where it's grown to almost $500,000. I think it's $500,000 now. Money that the shelter employees say they could use to help expand care for the 29 animals at the shelter. So I think that the money would correlate well with what Helen Ross wanted towards the care of the animals, the care and feeding. Our facility, although it was built here in 2008, is already sadly very outdated. This is a spokesman from the Hollister Animal Care Shelter. There are still no plans or projects in place for Ross's general gift. The shelter is under the management of the Hollister Police Department. Hollister Police Chief Carlos Reynosa said, "We're saving this money to be something generational, something that'll give back to this community for years and years to come." So that Ellen, yeah, he called her Ellen, not Helen, Ellen Ross, Ellen Ross's name is synonymous with giving back for years. The city has said the animal shelter has the funding it needs and the animals are being cared. How dare he? How dare the first guy keep it for, till 2021? This other police chief, David Westrick, that's a guy that she couldn't stand. And then this new police chief, Carlos Reynosa, is saying, "Oh no, we're going to keep it. We're not going to give it to the shelter. They have the funding they need. We're going to use it for something else. I don't know, a vacation home for the police officers." I swear to God, that's what I expect to read next. And you guys, on her deathbed, this is what she was afraid of. This exact thing, because her attorney said there's nothing we can do if they decide not to give it to the animal shelter. And I'm telling you, I've been to that animal shelter and it needs it. It really needs the money. And how dare this chief of police, Carlos Reynosa, this mean man, do this to my friend who worked hard her whole life and made damn sure that the shelter was taken care of. And they're just sitting on that money. Just will not part with it.
Hey, I mean, I have a theory that involves the animal shelters. Okay. So that's kind of why I'm getting it in.
It says it. It's so explicit in the trust that she set up. There is no question where that money is supposed to go.
And they just keep looking guiltier and guiltier and painting this narrative that they are the victims and that Daphne's a fraud and we're all bullies and mean for asking questions about things they put on the internet. Okay. And do you remember when Tricia then said, now I know after telling us on multiple field trips that she was basically owed things, that Beth B had promised her she would be getting things when she passed away. And Tricia's like, I did. She did tell me that. She said that to me. I am not in the will. Okay. But yeah, she did say that to me, but I know I'm not going to get anything. Remember when you said you knew you weren't going to get anything and you were okay with that? Do you remember that, Tricia? You said, I know I'm not going to get anything and I'm okay with that because you were just there to make sure that no one else got scammed by evil Daphne. We're supposed to believe Daphne's so evil, and we haven't even heard her side of the story yet. She could be, but we don't know. All we know is from you, and we can't trust you, as far as we can throw one of your brooches, which isn't far because it comes with you, and you'd have to, and that blue couch, and, and butt nugget, and lamb chop, and spit and spooge DNA solves. There's a lot of baggage. That's what I'm saying with you, okay? So you said, oh no,
I don't want anything. And you never, almost like you weren't worried about it in that way. You were just trying to save future people from being scammed. But then in the fucking court documents, Tricia, that you filed, it says Patricia A. Griffith has relied upon promises of estate property by the descendant to Patricia A. Griffith's detriment.
Yeah.
You spent or plan to spend the money, Tricia. That's what that means. Oh my, we knew it. We were right. We didn't even want to be right. We were joking about you Clark Griswolding the money, counting the chickens before they hatched or whatever the saying is. You put that shit on credit. You didn't have that cash money from your dearly beloved friend who everyone is making a joke out of. Not you, though. All of the court documents are out there and you can find them and you can see. And it's ridiculous that you put all this information out there and you guys are implicating you and, Stupido Stacy. No other way to say it at this point. Right here in the court documents, Patricia, that's you, Patty. A. Griffith has relied upon promises of estate property by the descendant to Patricia A. Griffith's detriment. What detriment, Tricia? Did you spend it? Did you plan on spending it? Were you banking on it? Are you lying? Were you lying then? Are you lying now? Were you lying at both times? How will you dig yourself out of this hole? You said you were just like, oh, she wanted to give me the money. You changed the story a few times and oh no, it's I just want justice for the other people because allegedly Daphne's scamming everyone. After all these years with her friend, now she's scamming. When we have patterns of behavior and history, allegedly, of people accusing Tricia of doing the same things that she's now accusing Daphne of doing. And by same, I mean just, with mishandling money, saying you're going to do one thing, but doing another thing with it, begging, that sort of thing. Then we find out there is a will. Tricia said, well, the will's outdated. It's from like 2011, right? Well, since they're going off that 2011 will, there were some, I think, people, like family members, if they were still alive, they would get the money. They're not. So if they weren't alive, guess where the money is supposed to go to, you guys? It's supposed to go to an animal shelter. And Tricia is fighting, allegedly, this money from going to help the doggies and the kitties. What? So Tricia's like, no, make me administrator. Give it to me. She wants control. She has asked for control of all of this stuff. And in the will, it says, when in doubt, give it to the homeless animals. And you would think Tricia, who collects cats on her porch like fucking Precious Moments dolls on a dusty shelf, would be happy for the dogs and the cats to save these precious animals. Like, what a wonderful gift that Beth B gave to put that in her will. But Tricia and Stacey are like, no, what about us? Is that what you're fighting, Tricia? Please tell me that's not true. Tell me what's in these court documents is not true. I don't think we'll believe you, but tell us. Prove it. Prove it's not true now. Prove that now that it's been read out for everyone to see that you're stopping money, not from allegedly going in Daphne's pocket, unless I can hear it now. She's going to allege, well, it's supposed to be going there, but Daphne's taking it. How do you know? How do you know? Is it from the stolen phone that you stole from your friend after she passed away, but you said she wanted you to have it? Is it because you took her purse, allegedly, and you look things up in accounts that you should have no access to, allegedly, maybe possibly? How do you know? How do you know? I've never wanted to be wrong more than to think that you are stopping fucking homeless cats and dogs at shelters from getting money so that you can have it for your shitty streams. And they're shitty. I'm just going to tell you, they're bad. They're bad. And then you two have the gall, such classic scammer, to go live and get mad at people going in your chat asking you questions about the field trip and about your deceased friend's money and what your real motives are here, and wave your finger at us and say we're mean and we're bullies. And I just don't understand. You have the nerve to question us when you're stopping fucking homeless fur babies from a better life. For what? So you can buy more shit to put on your shelves? Yep. You got a call that she sadly, tragically passed away and you ran back to the hospital and grabbed her phone and her purse. I just, I could be on YouTube my whole damn life and I will never get used to how much some of you people suck.
And anyway, I got this article back in last December and I was just devastated. And I'm like, okay, I guess we can go down there and protest. And I'm like, okay, well, I've never organized a protest. Do we need, city permits? And will the city give me one if they know I'm going to protest the police? And, I contacted the newspaper people or the TV people that did this, or newspaper, I don't know what it was. I contacted them and said, hey, I've got more to the story. If you want to do a follow-up, didn't hear back from them. I don't know what to do. I just feel like I need to do something for her. She was there for me. And again, we talked about this so much. She was so worried that this is exactly what would happen. And I don't know. I do not know what to do. You know, if anybody, I don't know if anybody's from Hollister. I'm, you know, on the absolutely rare possibility that somebody from Hollister is watching this, and you know this chief of police, tell him I think he's an SOB and he's evil. He's mean, he's evil, he's a nasty man to do this to my friend. And her name is Helen, not Ellen. You dope. You know, short of hiring a lawyer, which, you know, I have all kinds of money to do that. I don't know what to do. So I'm just asking you, do you guys have any ideas? I mean, we could do a letter campaign. We can do all kinds of stuff to bring attention to it. But if these police chiefs, they don't care. They got the power. They're not afraid of us. We can't do anything. And it's just disgusting. And I don't know what to do. See, the deal is they obviously don't want to give it to the animal shelter, even though that was her expressed wish. And like this police chief just said, that was just word salad. Oh, we want to make it so it's something generational that will give over and over. So Ellen Ross's name will be associated with giving. No, no, no. Read exactly what she wanted. Be a man, okay? Be a man. Don't be a bully. And give that money to the animal shelter like she wanted, for God's sakes. And they know it. They know it. You know, the animal shelter has been fighting for it.
You know, the first thing is I wouldn't even worry about the local news. You want national news.
That's a good point.
The local thing won't really do anything different to them or anything. You want to talk to somebody that is national.
I know a couple of people at Dateline, but I don't know if this would be a big enough story for them. I would think it would be. You know,
you heard that?
Talk to them and say, why?
You heard that? You heard that? You heard that? You know, I know a couple people at Dateline. Ooh, that's just interesting. And I need to give this a like. Damn it. Can't believe I didn't. That's interesting.
It's national.
I know a couple of people at Dateline.
You know who else said it was national? Was Lauren to the cop. Talking about, you know, she's a national journalist.
The local thing won't really do anything different to them or anything. You want to talk to somebody that is national.
I know a couple of people at Dateline, but I don't know if this would be a big enough story for them. I would think it would be. You know, talk to them.
Well, we got a story that's pretty big.
And say, why are you going against her wishes? He said, no. This is to go to the animal shelter and animal shelter alone only. And let me tell you, she paid a lot of money to that lawyer, and they worked on this hard to make sure there was no question where that money was to go to. And it does belong to the animal shelter. But the problem is the chief of police has control of it. So it's up to him. He's got the money, and he needs to say, okay, here, animal shelter. And they haven't done that yet. Two of them haven't done that yet. She died on Christmas Day, 2015. And here we're coming in, almost 8 years later. And they still haven't done anything.
But guess who wrote for the New York Times, right? Intervisions? Andy. Okay. That she called an internet troll in front of a judge, interrupted the judge to call Andy a troll. And so she wrote for the New York Times. But anyways, right? Oh my God. Woo.
Oh God.
Oh, I know.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember the name of the lawyer. I'm sure I could find out, but I remember her telling me that lawyer explicitly said there really isn't anything we can do if they decide to sit on the money and not give it to the animal shelter, which I think is wrong. But you're right. Maybe go national. I'm just trying to think.
I can think of a lot of people to contact.
Keith Morrison. I would love to get the big names on it. You know, we could go down there and protest. And, you know, maybe the police will harass us and we'll have a lawsuit. I mean, I'm thinking of all these things we could do.
What?
And I just can't believe the meanness of this man. Helen worked her whole life. She never married, never had kids. And she was a good citizen. And she helped her community. Every time that somebody needed help, she was right there. She was truly one of the best people I've ever had the privilege of knowing.
It doesn't have to be big names. It just like if we could get a few people to do an article that, you know, post their stuff online, like say Crime Online, for example, and other ones, it'll get around. And then we could email or send the articles in the one written already, etc., to animal advocates and things like that, other animal shelters, and ask them what, you know, if they know of anything. And that's just a little town here.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, it's
really little.
That shouldn't be too hard to cause friction there.
I got to do this for her. I got to make it happen. After what she did for me, Websleuths wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here. My reputation would have been in tatters, and I would have just gone away, probably be dead now if it were not for her. Talking about Hollister, California. I lived there for quite a while with Helen. She literally would cry. She was so worried about this money. She knew it was going to be a lot of money. She didn't know how much. And she hadn't planned on dying either. That was the thing. But her condition just worsened. When she got out of the convent, she went wild. And she said she drank a lot. And she drank a lot all the way through like the 90s. And then her doctor said, whoa, your organs are suffering.
Quit telling
and
them.
so she quit.
Oh my God, we don't need to know that.
That's what really took her down. But, you know, this woman served her country, you know, volunteered everywhere, gave to so many charities. I was the biggest money-sucking charity she ever had. I felt terrible.
Oh my God.
Taking all this money. And she,
holy shit, if that ain't the biggest admission.
You know, volunteered everywhere, gave to so many charities. I was the biggest money-sucking charity she ever had. I felt.
Oh my God. I was the biggest money-sucking charity she ever had. Ooh.
Gave to so many charities. I was the biggest money-sucking charity she ever had. I felt terrible taking all this money. And she would just sit me down again and say, you know, I prayed to God, what am I going to do with all this money? And now I know this is it. I've saved this money to save Websleuths, you know.
And you're okay with God then, huh? Other than that, you mock him.
We're going to do this. I'm like, oh my God. So yeah, I bet Gray would help me. If we could get like a grassroots movement going and come up with a catchy slogan to
do it, lady, do it.
Get people's attention.
Yeah. I think, what's the slogan they came up with? Sleuths with a purpose, swap.
That would, you know, something with like the chief's name in it. That would embarrass him every time it was put out on.
Hey, ideas, write them down. So something in her opponent's name in it. Okay.
Twitter or
would embarrass him every time it was put out on Twitter. Okay.
You know,
that's defamation, right, lady? Isn't that what you cry about?
Everywhere. Just keep hounding him. She still
just keep hounding you. Okay.
Still has family. And I wonder.
Oh my God. Now you're going to the family?
If her brother still has it. Copy.
Helen had family, so Tricia wasn't able to Beth be her. I don't believe she even cares about any of this. She just seen a chance to grift and she took it.
I bet he does, because he's the one that put it all together for her after she died.
He put it together.
Wonderful family. I'll get this organized and figured out. I'll probably end up going to Hollister, and maybe some of you could meet me there.
What is this? Incitement?
That would be great. Because I'd really like to get this done by Christmas. And I remember she was so worried about dying on Christmas.
Oh my God. So just like Beth B was worried about her phone after she's dead.
And she kind of woke up for a minute. She goes, is it Christmas? And I said, no. And I lied because I know she didn't want to die on Christmas. And I didn't want to tell her.
Just shut up, though.
Websleuths road trip. Exactly. Breakaway 33. Exactly.
Websleuths road trip. Oh my God. I just accidentally hit a button.
Copy. I bet he does, because he's the one that put it all together for her after she died. Wonderful family. I'll get this organized and figured out. And I'll probably end up going to Hollister, and maybe some of you could meet me there. That would be great. Because I'd really like to get this done by Christmas. And I remember she was so worried about dying on Christmas. And she kind of woke up for a minute. She goes, is it Christmas? And I said, no. And I lied because I know she didn't want to die on Christmas. And
you're a liar.
Didn't want to tell her. So Websleuths road trip. Exactly. Breakaway 33. Exactly right.
Breakaway 33. I had a fucking receipt yesterday, y'all, for Ice Chest. $33.33. And I was like, oh God.
Just thought again of what I told you last night about my second cousin, the crazy one who I had to have
Greg
a restraining order against. He it's just the type of stuff he does because he's got his frontal cortex is broken. It's bad. And out of the blue one day he came on Websleuths and registered, and he opened up like 30 windows, and he posted this, I'm going to tell you, all at the same time. And it was something to the effect of, hey, Tricia Griffith, ours children. And she likes to party at 2 a.m. Here's her phone number, and here's a Google.
That's just so specific, though, of a threat. It's very, not like Tricia will slash your tires, but it's very specific.
Google map to her house. And he had a Google map with a picture of my little cabin in Wanship. And go up there, just
Wow.
knock on the door or walk in because she loves to party and she's got kids there for you. That's what he was accused.
She likes to party. She likes to party.
Me of. It was all over my forum, everywhere. I could
thought it
write
had
Howard
something
and
to
Beth
do with Dylan
Stern. They
too.
may talk about it.
Okay, I could write Howard and Beth Stern. So somebody knows Howard and Beth Stern. Howard Stern.
I think Bob Barker's still alive, isn't he?
Thought he passed
Bob Barker. Oh my God.
away.
Who the fuck does this lady know?
Maybe he did. I don't know. Uh-oh, is this one of those Mandela things? Mandela moment?
No, it's a Joe Rogan moment.
He's still alive. Yeah, I thought he was. 99, yeah.
He makes
We
prison
mentioned him
stream.
tonight. You watch. Oh my God, I hope that doesn't
No,
happen.
So if you mention people, they die? What's going on
No,
here?
that's terrible.
I know. That is terrible. I've done that twice now to two really elderly, famous people. I've mentioned them, and then the next day they died, literally.
She's like the not elderly whisperer.
So I don't want that to happen ever again.
You hear that banging
Guys, real quick here. I want to remind you that we survive on your generous donations. I've just put in our chat the link to our PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, and we can't survive without your donations. And if half the people in chat today gave $1, my God, it would be wonderful. We would be.
If just you gave a fuck, we'd be in a lot better place in this world. But
just feeling good and things would be great. And you can just hit that thumbs up, they call it the like button. Hit that. That's absolutely free. And that helps this channel a lot. And subscribe. If you haven't subscribed, oh my gosh, please subscribe. Okay. That will help us quite a bit. And pass this.
If you hit the like or hit subscribe on my channel, it'll piss Tricia off. So do that.
YouTube channel along to your friends and tell them to subscribe too. All of that's free and it can really help our channel. So thank you for all you do. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you. What a sweetheart. Thank you. You guys are
Aren't
very
you writing
nice.
it down? How come she's not writing these down? That was weird.
Very, very nice. Oh my gosh. Thank you. What a sweetheart. Thank you very, very much. Hold on. I'll tell you what. Let me check PayPal. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much for the PayPal. Let me see here. Hold on.
Let me check the other one.
Thank you very much for the Cash App. And let me check out the Venmo.
Good Lord, lady.
Oh, you guys are so sweet. Thank you. What a sweetheart. Thank you very
Tricia
much.
chats.
You are a
These are Tricia chats.
doll. Thank you. Thank you all for doing this. You guys are the absolute best in the world.
She loves you.
Absolute
the
best.
most.
Hold on, let me get you the name of that police chief. That police chief now is, and I should know it by heart, Chief Carlos Reynosa, Hollister Police Chief Carlo Reynosa. And I should look up the work address and work email, and I'll get all that stuff together. We can at least start with a letter writing campaign, and I'll see.
Not a whisper campaign though.
See if I can get a copy of the trust to read. I used to know it by heart.
Only these people use that kind of language. It's weird.
But it said, I can't remember now. But yeah, he's just sitting on the money, won't give it to the Hollister Animal Control. Taking totally away from her wishes. And she said she knew they were going to do that. That's what's so sad. Very, very sad. Thank you all for your encouraging words tonight. And we will get that money that Helen Ross left to the Hollister Animal Shelter. We're going to get that money to them and get it away from the mean police chief. He's just mean.
The donation was made by Helen Ross. It was her dying wish that the funds would be used to benefit the animals for many years to come. The city of Hollister says they can finally do that.
Well, we wanted to make as much impact as we could to the community with the huge donation from Helen Ross and her family. And we thought of a way for her money to go and continue to give back to the community for generations to come.
If approved by City Council, the clinic would open in 2024, and it would offer low-cost animal care services to pet owners. In Hollister, Leslie Duarte, KSBW, Action News 8, Sunday.
Interesting. Thank you, Olap, for that. So again, I don't have this on hand, but just know that the Best Friends Animal Society is tied to David Levitt, Leah Romini, or is that how you? I always forget it now because of a researcher that I follow who does research, deep research into the Best Friends Animal Society and the Process Church and the Final Judgment. That's tied to Scientology. That's tied to Manson. Tied to the Son of Sam. That's in Kanab, Utah. Here, Best Friends Animal Society. it's got to do with saving animals, okay? Animal shelters, stuff like that. Best Friends Animals Sanctuary. On any given day, Best Friends Animal Sanctuary is the healing home for up to 1,600 dogs, cats, birds, bunnies, horses, pigs, and other animals. The largest sanctuary of its kind in the U.S., Best Friends has become the heart of a collaborative no-kill movement and a model for the future of animal welfare. Today, because of people like you and rescues and shelters around the country, we will bring the entire nation to no kill. And so there it is in Kanab, Utah, southern Utah. Explore what makes the sanctuary extraordinary. Tucked into the majestic canyons of southern Utah, the sanctuary is truly a place like no other. See for yourself what a magical place it is. Oh, red rock vistas meet endless blue skies as the sweet smell of sage lingers in the air. The beauty of the landscape is dwarfed only by the exquisite show of resilience and trust of the animals who came here, and by the love and compassion offered by Best Friends members, volunteers, and caregivers. And so, oh wait. Okay. What is this? Let's see. Places for contemplation. Angels Rest, honoring the everlasting bond with the animals. Gratitude Garden. Take a hike. Take a hike. Angel Village Cafe. Welcome Center. Sanctuary Store Shop. Anyways, just the fact that it's got ties to the Process Church of the Final Judgment and David Levitt, my ears perked the hell up whenever I realized that not just one, but two different. Oh, y'all don't have, I didn't have audio the whole time again. God dang it. Thank you, Marigold Mirror. I appreciate that. Okay. I just don't know how to explain it just yet because I mean, it's not something that's just out there. You know, this is like original research, I guess you would say, like trying to pull these concepts in together, trying to do research, corroborate things, see if there's anything here. I got to shake it. You know, I'm just kind of, it just bothered me again whenever I heard that Tricia's involved with two different women, independent women who were elderly, who mostly didn't have any family or no family, and contested their wills, interjected, threw herself into it, basically. And what is her deal here? No, there's no sound. This is just a website. You can hear me though, right? And so because I was following, her name is Rotting Jules. She's been a guest on my show once when we were talking about just the correlations between Chad, the cult, you know what I mean? And with satanic panic, with the whole, these Satanists, you know, basically sacrificing, killing kids, killing animals. So that goes into this too. Okay. And it bothers me. And I've remembered as this was playing, the video about Helen Ross, as I was playing, I was sitting here like, oh yeah, I remember watching a video not long ago. I just can't find it. And I can't believe I forgot about it. That sucks because it wasn't a regular channel that I watch. It was, but it was about this very thing. And it went into more depth than just what Rotting Jules has gone over. I mean, she's done some awesome ass research into all this movement of cult that I'm basically saying that Chad and Lori and others are either a part of and or parallel. I can't think. But anyways, I'm gonna have to go scroll through my history and try and pinpoint that, and then we can talk more about it. I did send it to Andy a while back because again, it bothered me. Let me look up my text combo to her real quick so I can maybe tell you a little more. We won't be much longer, I promise. It's late. But I am enjoying hanging out with you guys and just kind of pulling this together and trying to, you know, I'm trying to shake it out too. Let's see. Oh my God. Let me just look. Search. Andy. Let's see. I just want my damn combo with her. Not with other people. There. Okay. Okay, ever since finding out, this is my message to Andy a while back. Ever since finding out Janet Wolford's estate is going to an animal shelter, followed by finding out Helen Ross's estate was also willed to an animal shelter, plus Tricia Griffith's involvement with obstructing, in my opinion, both estates, I can't help but feel quite alarmed by this. Hold on, okay. I want to see if I can get you to research a few things pertaining to the Best Friends Animal Society and see if we can connect, or see if Tricia's coveted animal rescue estates grifts, in my opinion, and the Best Friends Animal Society. If they, oh my God, did I read that wrong? I did. Things pertaining to the Best Friends Animal Society, and see if we can connect Tricia's coveted animal rescue estates grifts and the Best Friends Animal Society. The Best Friends Animal Society is actually the process church of the final judgment, allegedly, which is tied to the Manson murders and the Son of Sam murders. I can give you a brief overview of what it might entail. Just some thoughts on the significance of Tricia being tied to and her history with targeting single women, in my opinion, who are elderly and have no kids or husbands or families, and who both coincidentally willed their estates to animal shelters, is profound, in my opinion, because I already researched this aspect intermittently, but never had a chance to look further into it. I thought this is something that you could help me dig into to see if there's something else that we're just not seeing here with Tricia. I watched a lady named Dana Duda, and I gave her a link, x.com, which is Rotting Jewels. I haven't plugged in the numerous resources on this aspect yet, but I wanted to include it for you to give you some context and my thoughts about how I'm looking at this as a whole. The provided sources do not contain any information regarding Tricia Arrington Griffith, Websleuths, Helen Ross, Janet Wolford, or the Tri-City Animal Shelter in Dallas County, Texas. Therefore, I cannot provide details on how to rule out any estate settlements or confirm whether Tricia targeted these women's estates. However, the sources do contain relevant information regarding the other subjects mentioned, which may help guide your ongoing research. David and Shalom Levitt and the Best Friends Animal Society. The sources do confirm that David and Shalom Levitt are indeed tied to the Best Friends Animal Society of Utah. Shalom Levitt is noted as working as a sex therapist at Brigham Young University. According to the provided documents, the Levitts have been implicated in severe allegations by victims in the David Hamblin ritualistic child abuse case. You know, the one I've been talking about? In police victim statements, the Levitts are described as members of, quote, the group, unquote, also referred to as the, quote, Church of Satan, unquote, and are alleged to have participated in ceremonies, orgies, and the sexual abuse of minors. Okay, so this has to do, next is Dana Duda, aka Rotting Jewels, and her relevant research. The researcher mentioned Dana goes by the handle Dana Duda on X, formerly Twitter, and runs the YouTube channel Rotting Jewels. She is described as a trauma nurse and an investigative researcher who focuses on topics like the False Memory Syndrome Foundation, MKUltra, the Franklin Scandal, and the Process Church of the Final Judgment. Dana's research explicitly connects to the Best Friends Animal Society. In her video series covering the history and network of the Process Church of the Final Judgment, she frequently tags or discusses the Best Friends Animal Society, who we found out that Leah Remini is okay. So Rotting Jewels mispronounces it all the time. So I'm like, is it Remini or Remini? I don't remember now, but I used to have like this joke or whatever when I was like, I'm going to be to the Mormon church what Leah Remini is to the Scientology church. And I used to be like, ha ha ha. And then now I'm like, oh no, shit. And not to mention that Mormon Stories podcast, John Dehlin did a collab with Leah Remini years ago, back in like 2020. I remember that. So it's kind of interesting how these things work. But it says in her video series covering the history and network of the Process Church of the Final Judgment, she frequently, I already said all that. She frequently tags or discusses the Best Friends Animal Society, including pointing out the Best Friends Society logo, which you see right there in the top left screen share, suggesting a research link between the organization and these fringe or occult groups. And it tells me how to verify affiliations. Because the sources do not mention the specific shelters in Hollister, California, or Dallas County, Texas, you will need to independently verify outside of these sources whether those particular animal shelters are affiliated with the Best Friends Animal Society. So that's something, if anybody wants to help do, please. Best Friends operates as a national network, so checking the network partners directory on their official website or contacting the shelters directly would be the standard way to confirm if they are officially affiliated or receive grants from the organization. Just, I don't know. I can't help, but that's, Animal Society. I don't hear that all the time. But then, especially with Chad and Lori, it had nothing to do with a damn Animal Society. But then here's Tricia just involving herself into two different ones where the money was going to animal shelters. And I'm like, what's the fascination with the fucking animal shelters? And, or is it just coinkydink, another one, like, what is it? And I mean, it being right there in Southern Utah, there's some weird stuff I've seen about the members of the Process Church of the Final Judgment. I just don't have it pulled together enough to really, indulge and share with you. It's a 501c3. Tax ID number is 23-714-7797. Operates the nation's largest sanctuary for homeless animals and provides adoptions, spay/neuter, and educational programs. I don't know. Follow the money. Follow the money. We're proud to be one of the 2024 top workplaces and honored to be recognized for our innovative work to take the entire country to no kill. I just opened this though. What's this? Charity Navigator. That's where I need to go. Did I just do that right? No, I don't want to open the image. Damn it. Here we go. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me share these. Okay. Where's the one for Charity Navigator? Copy. Let me share this in the chat. And then I'll share the one to Best Friends Animal Society. If anybody's interested, I know some people this is what you like to do, and it's what I like to do. I have not done it yet. So, I need help. I need help. Because I don't know if there's something there, but it just makes me, that's what you do, That's how you find things out. And then, anyways, I'll share this one too. And then I'll share the link to this actual page that I'm on. And then you can look for them yourself. Let's see. There's another one. And then let me get this one at the top. Hey, Dreadful Penne. Let's see. Oh, network partners. The Best Friends The Best Friends Network is a community of thousands of shelters, rescue groups, spay, neuter organizations, and other animal welfare groups, all working to save the lives of dogs and cats in communities across the country. Now, I'm saying this too because David Levitt is in this Mormon LDS. His parents are like freaking majorly wealthy. They're like 81 million. They had like $81 million they're worth or whatever. And that was a couple years ago, according to Goel, investigations in ritual abuse, that guy. Let me look at something real quick. And I think the tie would be more with the Mormon, affiliations than the Best Friend. More than any other background. Let's see. Investigations of ritual abuse. Supposed to be a website. Okay, let me put .com. Maybe that'll help. Shit, there it is. Share this tab instead. Okay, let me go ahead and share this link too while I'm right here. I updated my description too to reflect the videos that most of them. You can only put up to 10 links now. It's stupid. Hate it. Exploring the truth behind ritual abuse, David Lee Hamblin case. Okay. And look, like I like to look at the things that he's also working on and looking at, like the Meg Martin preschool case, the Peyton Bussey cases, the TVPRA lawsuit, which I told you guys before, had a name in there that I found in Lauren's dad and her brother's friends list on Facebook. So, I mean, it's just one of those things. Anyways, David Hamblin, Roselle Stevenson Hamblin, David Levitt, Gordon Bowen, Brian Kapner, Randall Lake. That's the name that I found as a friend to Lauren's, to, family members. Paul Larson, Does 1 through 100 in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And it talks about the Hamblin daughters. They're suing or, filing this lawsuit. And it says plaintiffs Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2 allege as follows. This action is brought under the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization, or the TVPRA, by plaintiffs Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2, who were subjected to acts of child and adult sex trafficking, forced labor, abuse, and modern slavery as minors and adults over the span of a decade in multiple states within the United States, Mexico, and many Native American reservations. Plaintiffs were born into a family within the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the LDS Church, and were trafficked by their parents, grandparents, and senior members of the LDS Church, including high authorities in the LDS Church, as part of an organized child sex trafficking enterprise. This enterprise spanned Utah, California, Arizona, Nevada, and New York, and exploited plaintiffs' age and obedience through their religious upbringing. The abuse was cloaked in religious rituals conducted on church property and perpetuated by individuals holding positions of authority within the LDS Church, creating a culture of silence, control, and impunity, which enabled that trafficking to persist undetected for years. Defendants knowingly perpetrated, facilitated, benefited from, this is what has been alleged against David and Shalom Levitt, okay, who are connected to the Best Friends Animal Society, benefited from and or participated in a venture that engaged in the trafficking of plaintiffs in violation of the TVPRA. Defendants' actions and described herein were the result of willful and malicious and or intentionally fraudulent conduct and or conduct that manifests a knowing and reckless indifference toward and a disregard of the rights of others. Sound familiar? The LDS Church, as a defendant, knew or should have known that its facilities were used in furtherance of the sex trafficking enterprise and failed to take reasonable actions to prevent the sexual exploitation of the plaintiffs, who are minors, by the way, on its property and or by individuals in its employ. Plaintiffs seek damages and all available relief under federal law. Jurisdiction and venue. It says this court has subject matter jurisdiction. Okay, venue is proper, blah, blah, blah. Let me take a sip. Might as well do it. What the hell? Where did it skip? Okay, venue is proper in this district pursuant to, because a substantial part of the events giving rise to the claims occurred in this district, including trafficking, abuse, and acts of facilitation. The court has personal jurisdiction over the defendants, many of whom reside or conduct regular business in this district and or have purposely directed activities towards this forum. Parties. Jane Doe 1 is an adult individual and resident of the United Kingdom. So one of his daughters moved to the UK. She was between the ages of 17 and 27 when the events took place and is a survivor of child sex trafficking. Jane Doe 2, her sister, is an adult individual and resident of California, and she was between the ages of 9 and 19 when the events took place and is a survivor of child sex trafficking. David Hamblin is an individual residing in Utah. He is the father of the plaintiffs and a central organizer and perpetrator of the trafficking scheme. Roselle Stevenson. Anderson, it was her maiden name she was born with. And then she married Hamblin, and then she married Stevenson. Okay. Is an individual residing in Utah. She is the mother of the plaintiffs and orchestrated much of the plaintiffs' grooming, training, and trafficking. David Levitt is the former Utah County attorney and a resident of Scotland. Okay, because he was the guy chasing after Nicholas Rossi. Okay. And that Dateline episode was taken down, by the way, about Nicholas Rossi. And Lauren never covered any of this. So weird. He knowingly participated in and benefited from the trafficking venture and directly abused and raped the plaintiffs. Allegedly. All this. Okay. Gordon Bowen. Okay. I've talked about him so many times as an individual residing in Utah. He directly participated in the trafficking and sexual abuse of the plaintiffs, allegedly, and has been allegedly named as, and has been called, or he goes by, he's like the Punisher of this group. Okay. That's his title, like his role, the Punisher, allegedly. Okay. He directly, okay, blah, blah, blah. Brian Kapner is an individual residing in California. He is a filmmaker who directly participated in the abuse of plaintiffs and collaborated with Hamblin and Stevenson, their parents, to produce and distribute pornographic films involving the plaintiffs. All this is alleged. Randall Lake is an individual residing in Utah. He is an artist who directly participated in the abuse of plaintiffs and used the plaintiffs as subjects during instances of sexual abuse and exploitation under the pretense of artistic inspiration and to make a profit. Allegedly. I don't want to say that every time, so just allegedly for everything. Paul Larson is an individual residing in Utah. He is a media producer who directly participated in the abuse of plaintiffs and worked with Brian Kapner to record, edit, and distribute pornographic content featuring the plaintiffs. Dose 1 through 100. Okay, there's 144 people. That's just a fluke that, 144 people have been named in the documents provided by, or the victim statements provided by Hamblin's daughters that I've read. Okay, they're horrific. I have that link too. If you ever want to, make your stomach turn. Who participated in or benefited from the, okay, let me start again. Those 1 through 100 are individuals and entities whose identities are presently unknown, who participated in or benefited from the trafficking venture described herein. The LDS Church is headquartered in Salt Lake City, Utah. A significant portion of the abuse suffered by the plaintiffs at the hands of other named defendants or other clients of the trafficking enterprise occurred on church property in Utah and in other states. I've heard story after story after story after story saying the same thing. Factual allegations. Plaintiffs Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2 were born in 1986 and 1994, respectively, to a multi-generational family deeply embedded in church culture and leadership. Their parents, grandparents, and various members of their family occupied top positions within the church. By the way, they do refer to Gordon Bowen as the Epstein, the Mormon Epstein. Okay. Their family was regarded as a powerful and influential group in the Mormon church, which enabled them to use the plaintiff's faith, fear, and isolation to groom them, as well as their 2 older sisters, for sexual exploitation from infancy. Between 2003 and 2013, plaintiffs were subjected to a systematic regime of abuse that involved training, which I believe Jody Hildebrandt was doing with Ruby Frankie's kids. That's exactly what it looked like to me. Where they trained, oh, it's horrible. Coercion, rape, forced sexual performances, pregnancy by rape, forced abortions, and all forms of human trafficking and modern slavery across state lines under the pretense of LDS religious rites and ceremonies. It's horrible. The stories, if they're true. Plaintiffs were trafficked for commercial sex acts to local persons in different states, as well as to LDS church members, church leadership, and clients brought in by their parents, grandparents, and other relatives. These acts were exchanged for money, services, political influence, and material goods. Example, alcohol, drugs, and valuable artifacts from the Native American and art community. The trafficking enterprise was intergenerational. Plaintiffs' parents, defendants Daniel. Who the fuck is Daniel? Should be David. Defendants David Hamblin, I'm going to say, and Roselle Stevenson were primary architects of the trafficking scheme. They worked alongside plaintiff's grandparents, Richard Lloyd Anderson and Karma DeJong, is what it should say, Anderson, both now deceased. Richard Anderson was a well-known lawyer, professor, and theologist in the church, and used his connections to the church to form the basis of the clientele to whom he would traffic the plaintiffs for financial benefit. Abuse against the plaintiffs frequently occurred at the Andersons' home during this time. You know who else is related to Andersons? Was M. Russell Ballard, the apostle. Anyways, and so is Tim Ballard. Interesting, huh? Nephi Anderson, his grandpa. Anyways, the trafficking enterprise was at times ritualized. Plaintiffs were forced to perform sexual acts on a daily basis. Some of these sexual acts were part of what their abusers called lessons, and often took place on or around LDS religious holidays, in temple-like ceremonies, or at family nights where abuse was normalized and videotaped. I remember Lauren even saying something about having a source that said that Tom Harrison allegedly married her in a temple ceremony or something. I don't know. Or at family nights where abuse was normalized and videotaped. Okay, defendants David Hamblin and Roselle Stevenson drugged plaintiffs and trained them in sexual performance techniques by relying on threats, physical abuse, and religious indoctrination, among others. One of the components of this trafficking enterprise was the creation and distribution of child pornography, orchestrated by defendants David Hamblin and Roselle Stevenson, their parents, who commissioned, directed, and facilitated the production of explicit films and photographs featuring plaintiffs for use in their commercial sex trafficking scheme. Plaintiffs' rape and sexual abuse was filmed, photographed, and advertised to select clientele. Plaintiffs were dressed and posed in sexually suggestive ways and coached to appear willing participants during the abuse. This is that whole parts thing. Plaintiffs were routinely trafficked to other states, including Arizona, Nevada, New York, Florida, and New Mexico. Plaintiffs were also trafficked internationally in Mexico, among other countries. Defendants David Hamblin and Roselle Stevenson, as well as the Andersons and other individuals, transported the plaintiffs and arranged for their abuse while they were traveling. Defendants were aware of and participated in these trafficking activities. They benefited directly and greatly from the exploitation of the plaintiffs. Efforts by plaintiffs to report the abuse to LDS church authorities, law enforcement, or family members were routinely ignored, dismissed, or actively suppressed. In some cases, LDS church attorneys, Kurt McConkie, and officials threatened plaintiffs to remain silent about the abuse they suffered. As a result of the sustained trafficking operation, plaintiffs have suffered lifelong physical, emotional, and psychological harm. The sex trafficking venture at issue. Throughout their lives, plaintiffs have been forced to perform sex acts on clients for the personal and financial benefit of defendants David Hamblin and Roselle Stevenson, the Andersons, and others. At the heart of the venture was a child prostitution ring run by Hamblin and Stevenson from the Hamblin family home in Provo, Utah. From a very young age, plaintiffs, alongside their older sisters, were taught to perform sex acts on clients who visited the Hamblin's home. Hamblin was a psychologist, by the way. Hamblin and Stevenson taught plaintiffs how to act seductively and how to fulfill clients' sexual fantasies. Plaintiffs were frequently forced to practice these sex acts on Hamblin and Stevenson, their parents, and were punished when they refused. Clients, friends of the family, would visit the Hamblin family home for what they dubbed family nights. During family nights, plaintiffs were forced to perform sex acts on these visitors and were raped by these clients. Hamblin and Stevenson charged fees to these clients to rape plaintiffs and customized the fees based on the client's specific request. Plaintiffs were given specific instructions on the roles they were to play: acting seductively, helpless and frightened, wearing a blindfold, being gagged and or tied up, acting like an animal, acting like a baby whilst wearing a cloth diaper and a pacifier, pretending to be asleep, being tortured or caged, or wearing a paper bag over their heads to fulfill the client's fucking fantasies. Ugh. Let me take a drink. I hope everybody's okay. Some clients also wanted sexual performances. Some clients especially enjoyed watching incest and would request performances between the children or between a child and a parent. Some clients also wanted to watch sexual performances between the plaintiffs and their pets or other animals. Bestiality was often, here we go, Best Friends Animals Society. Bestiality was often a part of the pornographic material. Pets and animals were also used as collateral or to control plaintiffs out of empathy and or fear. Hold on. I just got a message. Let's see. I got you. Intervisions. Ugh. Okay, some clients. Let me not read that again. Plaintiffs were also forced by defendants Hamblin and Stevenson to perform home abortions when they became pregnant as a result of the sexual abuse. And again, thank you, Intervisions. I don't know if I thanked you or just acknowledged. Anyway, sorry about that. Okay, Stevenson kept meticulous notes and files of the services and the monies paid, and she charged clients extra if there was any sign of visible extra bruising or trauma if it had not been previously agreed to between Stevenson and the clients, her mom and the clients, their mom. During the early 2000s, during Satanic Panic, still, the plaintiffs also spent time living with their grandparents, the late Richard and Karma Anderson. There's a video of Richard at the pulpit. The Andersons repeatedly arranged for the rape of the plaintiffs, which occurred in the Anderson home, on church property, or out of state. Clients of the Andersons included defendants David Levitt and Gordon Bowen, alongside senior members of the church. Hamblin and Stevenson also established a child pornography venture to further, exploit and profit from plaintiffs. Between 2003 and 2010, Hamblin and or Stevenson took photographs and videos of the plaintiffs for their child pornography business. They would host screening nights, where they would watch the pornographic movie with clients. Didn't this happen with some of the apostles or whatever going to visit Gordon Bowen because of the Jesus movie? Remember the Jesus movie? The one that Lynn Packer reported on? That never was produced, that was allegedly he was paid by the church millions upon millions of dollars to produce, and it ended up being shit. Anyways, they would allegedly. Okay. So they would host screening nights where they would watch the pornographic movie with clients. After the screening, plaintiffs would be forced to join the viewers dressed as in the videos and provide the same services that were depicted in the movie. And this bothers me because earlier when Dreadful Penny, her members only live, and she was talking about Chad Daybell's letters from prison. And I remember something, something she said triggered something else I'd learned, which was that Chad Daybell had the year before, or I'm sorry, in 2019, him and Tammy had went to a movie premiere of a movie, an LDS movie that was based off of the author Rand Packer, about, it was called let me find it. The Flying something. Not Flying Monkeys. Let's see. Man, I thought I downloaded it again earlier, but anyways, it's a book that Chad published. The publisher, the author was Rand Packer. And it was a book about the flying minister or something like that. I don't know. But it was on I can't remember the names because I don't know it enough. Shit. I don't know where it would be. Let me go look back in my Google Photos. That's where I came up with it earlier whenever I commented and shared. Looking. Okay, so it'd be after this right here. I can't stand it when I find something and then I can't find it. There it is. All right. The Fighting Preacher. There it is. 2019 is based on the book The Lion and the Lamb by Rand Packer. Rand Packer is the grandson of Willard Bean, who is a former professional boxer called on a mission to Palmyra, New York, with his wife Rebecca Bean in the early 20th century. The film highlights Willard and Rebecca's efforts to serve in a community that was initially hostile towards them and their role in preserving significant historical sites such as the Hill Cumorah. So I know that in the letters from Chad from prison or whatever, he's going to reference that, or him and Tammy allegedly went to the movie premiere. I'm just saying, I never did like the involvement of the movies, like with Jason Mao and the movies, especially the one about the little teenager turning into a zombie or whatever. Oh, no. Okay. Mm-mm. So, and not to mention that somebody had pulled FOIA request from, while Lori was in Arizona, and you could pull like the reports from them extraditing her, the officers that went to pick her up to bring her to Arizona, to face justice here or there for Charles and Brandon. But so it also talked about like books that she ordered. Okay. And 3 of the books that she ordered that they showed, there was no other things yet. There was Visions of Glory she ordered, another one, right? How many damn copies did they found so many of these copies of Visions of Glory everywhere in the investigation. Anyways, and then the other one was what I just said. It was that Rand Packer book. I just got off of it. The Lion and the Lamb. So she ordered that book, and then she ordered some book about witches. Okay, so those are the 3. I don't know the title. I didn't find it. But I say that because I remember April Bean Raymond. Okay. I remember her saying something along the lines of, Lori was trying to recruit April Bean Raymond because she was supposedly from a pioneer family, a prominent family in the LDS culture, So just adding that in there because, again, I just don't like all this shit. I don't even know why I'm adding that in, but I needed to say it, I guess. Okay, back. Let me go check on you guys. I feel bad for just hanging y'all out there. Good night, Carolina. Oh, you're welcome. And yeah, thank you to mods for sure. Thank you for thanking them. Okay, so back to this screening nights. All right, after the screening, plaintiffs would be forced to join the viewers dressed as in the videos and provide the same services that were depicted in the movie. These sex acts were performed in exchange for payment and other benefits provided to Hamblin and Stevenson by the clients. Hamblin and Stevenson sold and traded these pornographic images and videos for profit. They called them the 3 Graces, allegedly. I remember that. They enlisted the assistance of other defendants, including Kapner, Lake, and Larson, to produce these pornographic images and videos. So one of Lauren's dad's friends there on Facebook. Plaintiffs were frequently threatened and physically harmed if they refused to participate in these sex acts and pornographic films. Punishment for refusal to participate included Hamblin and Stevenson beating them, tying them up naked, torturing them, caging them for extended periods ranging from hours to days, starving them of food and water, and isolating them. Hamblin and Stevenson would also psychologically torment plaintiffs when they refused to participate, including by becoming menacing and aggressive towards plaintiffs, threatening them and controlling them with violence. Hamblin and Stevenson frequently threatened to release the pornographic images, blackmail, and videos of plaintiffs if they refused to participate in the sex acts and abuse. Next topic, it says individual defendants' roles and participation in the trafficking scheme. Take a drink. David Hamblin is the biological father of both plaintiffs, as well as their two older sisters. He is a central, they're not in here because I'm assuming, because it's like, I don't remember, it's a certain time frame for the statute of limitation. The older ones got out of there, sooner, earlier. He is a central figure in the trafficking scheme and directly participated in the sexual abuse, grooming, coercion, and exploitation of his daughters. Oh my God, I don't know why I keep going up. Hamblin was previously licensed as a therapist in the state of Utah. Hamblin used his professional credentials as a therapist to gain access to vulnerable individuals and to create a facade of legitimacy around the abuse. Hamblin used his psychotherapy practice as a front to facilitate trafficking under the guise of providing therapy. He allowed and encouraged his clients to sexually abuse his daughters, the plaintiffs, and their older sisters as part of their treatment. For example, during individual sessions, Hamblin would at times introduce a plaintiff to a client and present her as a form of healing. Plaintiffs were coerced to perform sex acts, including oral sex and vaginal and anal rape, on adult men under Hamblin's direction. Hamblin claimed these acts were necessary for the psychological healing of his clients. Hamblin orchestrated and facilitated the interstate trafficking of his daughters, repeatedly arranging for their sexual exploitation by third parties. These acts were not only premeditated and coordinated, but also yielded significant personal and financial benefits to Hamblin. Hamblin additionally played a critical role in producing and directing pornographic materials featuring the plaintiffs with their older sisters, and used these materials for commercial purposes within the trafficking venture. Where's Tim Ballard when you need him, huh? Where's Lauren when you need him, huh? Hamblin raped and abused both plaintiffs, often on a daily basis. These included raping both plaintiffs in their home during pornographic filming sessions and photo shoots, and at events events he held with individuals he invited to his home and elsewhere, like cemeteries. They've stated in their victim statement. Roselle Stevenson. Chad was a freaking, he worked at a cemetery. He was a sexton, by the way. Anyway, so Roselle Stevenson is the biological mother of the plaintiffs and their two older sisters, and is a primary architect and enforcer of the trafficking scheme. Stevenson regularly raped, traumatized, and groomed plaintiffs and their sisters from an early age for sexual exploitation, including by orchestrating training sessions that were designed to show plaintiffs how to behave and sexually gratify the clients. Plus, other parents allegedly wanted to get in on this. Okay. And so they would, yeah. Oh my God. Y'all got to read that. Y'all got to read those documents out, those victim statements, at least. It tells you the whole layout of the belief system, the roles, how they describe these prominent people being in powerful positions or being positioned, to kind of be like watchdogs. And then, they go, there's many layers of protection or lookouts, to keep them safe and unfound, unexposed, not exposed. Allegedly. Okay, so Stevenson also personally participated in the abuse of plaintiffs. In one incident in 2003, Stevenson forced Jane Doe 1 into her bedroom by holding a knife to her throat. Once in the bedroom, Stevenson sexually assaulted Jane Doe 1. It happens by ladies too, y'all, allegedly, while holding the knife to her stomach. When Jane Doe 2 entered the room and saw Jane Doe 1 crying, Stevenson threatened to do the same to Jane Doe 2 if she did not leave. Stevenson also directed and participated in the production of child pornography, including the plaintiffs. Stevenson handled communications, health checks of clients, scheduling, and logistical arrangements with the clients who would rape and abuse the plaintiffs. Many of these clients were business or family friends of Hamblin and Stevenson and their network. Stevenson would also arrange for the plaintiffs to be transported to their grandfather, Richard Anderson. Anderson would subsequently traffic the plaintiffs to his own network, primarily comprised of church authorities. Okay. Stevenson personally profited from the sexual exploitation of her daughters. She facilitated the involvement of third parties and personally trafficked plaintiffs across multiple states and internationally to prostitute them to clients, frequently in exchange for financial compensation. And here's old David Levitt. David Levitt is the former Utah County attorney. Just know, y'all, that his brother, Michael Levitt, was the governor of Utah. And now he's like the ambassador for a couple places. I don't know. Facilitated further trafficking through his role in the community and his access to legal and political systems. Levitt was known among members of the venture as the person responsible for helping cover up the abuse, planting misinformation. I'm not a cannibal. And intimidating potential witnesses or victims. He's not a cannibal. Just know that. And he had busted his cousin David Hamblin for ritualistically use, like deer heart. I remember that. Anyways. And using peyote. So Levitt, they called him the conspirator. That was his title. There's Peacemakers, which is when Dreadful Penny was reading, that first letter from Chad Daybell from prison. It didn't click for me the first time, but she said that Chad claimed he was a peacemaker. Lori did that too. Peacemakers are a role in the system. So I don't know what that means, but whatever. They both felt it very important to communicate to their partners, okay, their friends, people who are of like mind, who are the only people that look forward to the printed prison emails from Chad and the interviews from Lori. You know what I'm saying? They still dog whistle. That was Mom's thing. She was like, oh, he's just trying to tell all his people, Okay. Levitt, along with Hamblin and Stevenson, participated in the sexual abuse and the rape of both plaintiffs and their older sisters. I like how they're including them on everyone on several occasions between 2001 and 2006. Allegedly, these rapes often took place at the Andersons, the plaintiff's grandparents' home. On one occasion, Jane Doe 1 and one of her older sisters were forced by Hamblin and Stevenson to perform sexual acts in front of Levitt. Levitt and Hamblin then sodomized and raped Jane Doe 1 and her older sister, allegedly. On at least one occasion between the years 1990 and 1992, plaintiffs were touched unwantedly in intimate parts by defendant Levitt during a family camping trip in Arizona and at other locations, who knew that this touching would cause affront or alarm. On more than one occasion between the years 93 and 98, defendant Levitt sexually assaulted plaintiff Jane Doe 1 at the Hamblin family home in Provo, Utah. On more than one occasion, on or about the spring or summer of 99, defendant Levitt drugged and sexually assaulted plaintiffs Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2 at the Levitt family home in Nephi, Utah. On another occasion in 2009, Levitt raped Jane Doe 2 at his home in Utah. Levitt hosted gatherings at his home at which plaintiffs and other minors were abused, and Levitt received payments from clients who attended these gatherings. They told of one where they were hanging, I'm going to say not in a nefarious way, but kind of, yeah. They were they had to play the harp for this really fancy schmancy party, allegedly. At Gordon Bowen's home, supposedly. Okay. The Levitt, Levitt's actions, omissions. Boy, that's a biggie, huh? That's where I am with Lauren and the omissions. Oh my gosh. It's like Melanie Gibb. And authority directly contributed to the perpetuation of the trafficking scheme. Levitt received personal benefits from his involvement, including sexual access to trafficked victims. And here's old Gordon Bowen, the alleged Church of Satan punisher. Okay. Gordon Bowen is a former associate of David Hamblin and a direct participant in the trafficking venture. In the 1980s, Bowen was a client of David Hamblin's, who was then a licensed psychologist. Just know that Tom Harrison assessed him too. Just know that. All right. In their therapy set. So whenever I say that Tom Harrison's hand is in like all these cases, Jody, Ruby, Chad, Lori, Tim, Hamblin, Gordon Bowen, I'm not lying. You know, I'm telling the truth. That's what the stories say, you know, and I'm just like, And Satanic Panic. He was also involved in that. Supposedly. All right. So where am I at? In the 1980s, Bowen was a client of David Hamblin's, who was then a licensed psychologist. In their therapy sessions, Hamblin facilitated the repeated rape of his eldest daughter, plaintiff's sister, to heal Bowen of his childhood abuse. Thereafter, Bowen was a consistent client of the trafficking enterprise. Between 2001 and 2006, Bowen repeatedly assaulted Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2 outside of therapy sessions, including at his home and at the Andersons' home. Bowen hosted gatherings at his home at which plaintiffs and other minors were abused, and Bowen received payments from clients who attended these gatherings. I mean, if he lived in the same building as Madonna, and I'm just now finding that out, and I'm like, oh my God, that's the level we're talking here of notoriety or whatever, wealth, status, I don't know. Bowen hosted gatherings at his home at which plaintiffs and other minors were abused, and Bowen received payments. Okay, I said that. Bowen threatened plaintiffs and engaged in violent sexual acts, including vaginal and anal rape, spanking, and humiliation for his own sexual gratification under the pretext of psychological recovery. Bowen was known within the sex trafficking venture as the Punisher. Bowen, along with Hamblin, held training sessions for other families at his home, during which he taught parents how to punish and sexually abuse their children. Brian Kapner. Brian Kapner is a filmmaker who directed and produced pornographic films featuring the plaintiffs, often under the guise of producing content with artistic merit, and always for a profit. Kapner collaborated with Hamblin and Stevenson to stage, choreograph, film, and distribute videos that depicted the sexual abuse and rape of plaintiffs. Kapner personally participated in the abuse, including raping the plaintiffs during or following filming sessions. He filmed close-ups of sexual acts, directed the plaintiffs to act out orgasms or other expressions, and ensured footage was usable for clients of the trafficking ring. Kapner financially profited from the sale of the pornographic films featuring the plaintiffs and reinforced the plaintiffs' objectification as commodities to be exploited. And here's Randall Lake, Lauren Johnson Matthias's dad and brother's friend. I'm just noting it on Facebook. Randall Lake is an artist who used plaintiffs as subject for his artwork while they were being sexually abused. Oh, also note that there is a Arrington listed in as a perpetrator, an alleged perpetrator in the statements by the Hamblin daughters. So just know that. That's Patricia's maiden name. I mean, I don't know if there's any correlation there, but who knows? Allegedly. Okay, so Randall Lake is an artist who used plaintiffs as subjects for his artwork. Did I already go past this or what? Hold on. Randall Lake is an artist who used plaintiffs as subjects for his artwork while they were being sexually abused. On multiple occasions, Lake orchestrated orgies, often under the guise of seeking artistic inspiration and always for a profit. Lake sketched or photographed the plaintiffs while they were raped and sexually exploited by Lake and his guests. Lake directed the plaintiffs to perform humiliating acts and engage in sexual acts with adults while he documented the scenes. Lake also participated in the sexual abuse of plaintiffs. Lake financially profited from the sale of his artwork featuring the plaintiffs. He used this pornographic material featuring the abuse of plaintiffs for personal gain. Paul Larson. Paul Larson worked with Brian Kapner to produce pornographic films featuring the plaintiffs. Larson participated in the trafficking enterprise by abusing plaintiffs and other children, as well as assisting with the production, editing, and distribution of videos and images that graphically depicted the sexual abuse and exploitation of minors. I mean, they're saying the proof is out there. Both during and outside of the pornographic film production, Larson sexually abused plaintiffs. Larson was present during filming sessions and was aware that the content involved child victims, yet he continued his involvement for financial benefit and personal gratification. Larson financially profited from the sale of pornographic films featuring the plaintiffs. Larson acted in concert with other members of the trafficking venture and is jointly liable for the harm inflicted upon the victims. Upon the plaintiffs. LDS Church. Plaintiffs and their older sisters were frequently abused on LDS Church property in Utah and other states. This abuse was often facilitated by church members, including defendants Hamblin and Stevenson, as well as plaintiffs' grandparents, and perpetrated by defendants and other church members. Between 2000 and 2006, both plaintiffs were repeatedly raped in buildings owned and operated by the LDS Church in Salt Lake City, Utah. The sexual abuse and exploitation of the plaintiffs occurred in chapels. Remember how Chad had keys to... I mean, I'm not saying he did anything. I'm just saying, like, he was spotted there, and Heather Daybell testified to the fact that he was spotted there after hours, off times. There's allegations that Hillman Ian sacrificed a cat in the church, where he found the pendulum necklace, allegedly. In the chapels and the offices of church leadership, as well as other administrative buildings owned and operated by the church, the plaintiffs were frequently raped or sexually abused by church leadership, allegedly, at these locations. You can look it up too. You can go and look up news stories about problems with problematic people being inside of the church houses and the meeting houses and stuff like that. You'll find quite a few stories of really bad shit going on. Okay. Between 2000 and 2006, both plaintiffs were repeatedly raped in buildings owned and operated by the LDS Church in Salt Lake City, Utah. The sexual abuse and exploitation of the plaintiffs occurred in chapels and the offices of church leadership, as well as other administrative buildings owned and operated by the church. Allegedly, the plaintiffs were frequently raped or sexually abused by church leadership at these locations. The church knew, or should have known, that the trafficking was taking place on church property and failed to take responsible steps to prevent sexual exploitation of the plaintiffs occurring on church property. Allegedly, plaintiffs' efforts to report the abuse to the LDS Church. Senior members of the LDS Church have been aware of the abuse suffered by plaintiffs since at least 2003, but have failed to act or in any way assist plaintiffs in reporting and seeking accountability for the abuse. In fact, at various points, individuals and entities directly associated with the LDS Church have attempted to intimidate plaintiffs and prevent them from reporting the abuse. They don't like when you stand up for yourself. I'm just saying. Jane Doe 1 began reporting details of her abuse by defendant Hamblin to the Provo police in 2011. And I have those police reports. Okay. You can read them. On or about May 28, 2013, Jane Doe 1 received a call from a partner at a law firm that is widely known, Kurt McConkie, I'm assuming, to represent the LDS Church. Yeah. Threatening her and pressuring her not to pursue a criminal case against Hamblin. Jane Doe 1 was also advised by a Relief Society counselor not to progress in her pursuit of a criminal case against Hamblin. And it says down here, footnote, the Relief Society is an LDS women's organization whose stated mission is to provide temporal and spiritual relief to women and others in need. Oh, okay. In 2012, another senior member of the LDS Church visited Jane Doe 2 and one of her older sisters in California in an attempt to silence them and prevent them from reporting the abuse. This senior member later visited Jane Doe 1 in London and stated that an email sent by Provo Police victim advocate Tracy Anderson, another Anderson, requesting a meeting with the senior member of the LDS Church to discuss the plaintiffs and their sister's abuse had been passed around to various church authorities. The letter or the... Okay. The senior member promised she would follow up regarding the abuse. She never did. Oh my God. Victim advocates employed by the Provo Police Department have reached out to senior members of the LDS Church to seek assistance with their investigations of plaintiff's abuse, but their inquiries have been repeatedly ignored. First claim for relief, Trafficking Victim Protection or Reauthorization Act, sex trafficking of children by force, fraud, or coercion, direct liability and illicit code against defendants David Hamblin and Roselle Stevenson. Plaintiffs reallege, and incorporate by reference the allegations set forth in each of the preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. Defendants David Hamblin and Roselle Stevenson knowingly and in interstate commerce recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, provided, obtained, maintained, and patronized plaintiffs for the purpose of engaging in commercial sex as minors. These acts were carried out using force, fraud, coercion, and threats of serious harm. Defendants Hamblin and Stevenson knew or were in reckless disregard of the fact that means of force, threats of force, fraud, coercion, or any combination of such means would be used to cause plaintiffs to engage in these commercial sex acts. Hamblin and Stevenson transported plaintiffs to multiple locations, including across state lines, to perform sex acts for clients who would pay Hamblin and Stevenson money for the sex acts performed by plaintiffs. Hamblin and Stevenson also profited from plaintiff sex acts by starting a child pornography business involving plaintiffs. Hamblin and Stevenson punished plaintiffs physically and psychologically when they refused to engage in the commercial sex acts. Plaintiffs were minors at the time and unable to consent. The conduct constitutes direct liability for sex trafficking under blah, blah, blah. All right. Second claim. Okay. I think it's going to okay. My butt hurts. I'm like, okay, come on. Let's get to the end of this. Okay. This is for against all defendants. Second claim for relief, and its plaintiffs reallege and incorporate by reference the allegations set forth in each of the preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. Defendant Hamblin knowingly benefited from his participation in a venture which he knew or should have known, engaged in an act in violation of the TVPRA. Defendant Hamblin directly participated in the sex trafficking venture involving the commercial exploitation of plaintiffs for financial gain. He received financial benefits from plaintiffs' abuse, including payments from clients who sexually abused plaintiffs. Defendant Stevenson knowingly benefited from her participation in a venture which she knew or should have known engaged in an act of violation of the TVPRA. Defendant Stevenson directly participated in the sex trafficking venture involving the commercial exploitation of plaintiffs for financial gain. She received financial benefits from plaintiffs' abuse, including payments from clients who Stevenson recruited to sexually abuse plaintiffs at the Hamblin family homes in Provo and Spring City, Utah. Defendant Kapner knowingly benefited from his participation in a venture which he knew or should have known engaged in an act in violation of the TVPRA. Kapner knew or should have known that Hamblin and Stevenson used force and threats to coerce plaintiffs into performing sex acts. Kapner financially benefited from the sex trafficking venture by recording pornographic films featuring plaintiffs and distributing those films to others for his personal financial gain. Defendant Lake benefited from his participation in a venture which he knew or should have known engaged in an act in violation of the TVPRA. Lake knew or should have known that Hamblin and Stevenson used force and threats to coerce plaintiffs into performing sex acts. Lake financially benefited from the sex trafficking venture by those plaintiffs' sexual abuse for his artwork and distributing that artwork to others for his personal financial gain. Same thing. I don't want to read all that. I feel like I should, but I just don't. Okay, and this one, Larson, they're reiterating the same thing, except Larson financially benefited from the sex trafficking venture by assisting with the production, editing, and distribution of videos and images that graphically depicted the sexual abuse of plaintiffs and distributing such videos to others for his personal financial gain. Defendant Gordon Bowen benefited from his participation in a venture which he knew and or should have known engaged in an act in violation of TVPRA. Bowen hosted gatherings at his home at which plaintiffs and other minors were abused, and Bowen received payments from clients who attended these gatherings. I mean, this is like, I believe this is related to the harp story. And I mean, think about how Elizabeth Smart, she played harp, and so did Ruby Frankie. I mean, I'm just saying that just because harp, I've never heard anybody or known it, and I was in band since 6th grade. And I never knew anybody that played the harp. But anyways, what do I know? Okay, Bowen hosted gatherings at his home in which plaintiffs and other minors were abused, and Bowen received payments from clients who attended these gatherings. Defendant David Levitt benefited from his participation in a venture which he knew or should have known engaged in an act in violation of the TVPRA. Levitt hosted gatherings at his home at which plaintiffs and other minors were abused, and Levitt received payments from clients who attended these gatherings. Not to mention his wife teaches sex stuff education at Brigham Young University. Okay, make it make sense. Her name is Shalom Eastwood Levitt. All defendants received something of value from their involvement, including financial benefits and liable under this code. Third claim against all defendants, plaintiffs reallege and incorporate by reference the allegations set forth in each of the preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. This is a tongue twister. Defendants knowingly and willfully conspired to commit sex trafficking in violation of this code and or attempted to do so in violation of this code. These defendants knowingly agreed with one or more individuals to recruit, entice, harbor, transport, provide, obtain, advertise, or maintain plaintiffs knowing or in reckless disregard of the fact that plaintiffs would be caused to engage in a commercial sex act through force, threats of force, fraud, coercion, torture, or abuse of legal process or vulnerability. Oh my gosh. Okay. In furtherance of this conspiracy and or attempt, defendants engaged in overt acts, including but not limited to coordinating the movement, isolation, or control of plaintiffs, facilitating or profiting from the commercial sexual exploitation of plaintiffs, manipulating or coercing plaintiffs to comply with sex acts under duress, physical violence, psychological control, and using threats, surveillance, false promises, or physical restraint to maintain control over plaintiffs. Defendants' conduct constitutes a conspiracy and or attempt to violate this U.S. code, and plaintiffs are entitled to bring a civil action under this code. As a direct and proximate result of defendants' actions, plaintiffs have suffered physical and emotional harm, economic loss, psychological trauma, and other damages in an amount to be proven at trial. Right? Bring that shit to trial filing. Plaintiffs that are also entitled to recover attorneys' fees, costs, and punitive damages to the extent permitted by law. The fourth claim is against defendants David Hamblin and Roselle Stevenson. Oh my God. Plaintiffs reallege and incorporate by reference the allegations set forth in each of the preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. Defendants David Hamblin and Roselle Stevenson knowingly and willfully held plaintiffs in voluntary servitude in violation of this U.S. code. Hamblin and Stevenson forced plaintiffs to engage in sex acts with clients as part of defendant sex trafficking venture by both threat of and use of physical restraint and injury. Oh my gosh, okay. Hamblin and Stevenson threatened and punished plaintiffs physically and psychologically when they refused to engage in sex acts with clients. Defendants received something of value from their involvement, including financial benefits, and are liable under that code. Fifth claim for relief against defendants David Hamblin and Roselle. Plaintiffs reallege and incorporate by reference the allegations set forth in each of the preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. Defendants David Hamblin and Roselle Stevenson knowingly obtained the labor and services of plaintiffs of violation in that code. Plaintiffs' labor and services were obtained by means of force and serious harm, as well as threats of force or serious harm to themselves or another person. Defendants Hamblin and Stevenson knew or were in reckless disregard of the fact that plaintiffs' labor and services were obtained by means of force, threats of force, means of serious harm, and threats of serious harm. Defendants Hamblin and Stevenson knowingly benefited both financially and receiving items of value from their involvement in obtaining the labor and services of plaintiffs by means of force, means of force, threats of force, means of serious harm, and threats of serious harm. Defendants' conduct constitutes a violation of this U.S. code, and plaintiffs are entitled to bring a civil action under that code. Okay, 6-1. 6th claim for relief, battery, Utah common law against defendant David Levitt. Plaintiffs reallege and incorporate by reference the allegations set forth in each of the preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. I'm reading it. It's just hard to say it. Defendant Levitt intentionally and unlawfully touched plaintiffs and caused harmful or offensive contact without plaintiffs' consent. They were children. Plaintiffs Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2 did not at any time consent to defendant Levitt's conduct and were harmed thereby. Defendant Levitt's actions were willful, wanton, malicious, and oppressive, and justified the imposition of punitive and exemplary damages. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's sexual battery, plaintiffs Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2 suffered and continue to suffer emotional distress, mental anguish, humiliation, physical pain, and other damages in an amount to be proven at trial. 7th claim for relief against defendants Hamblin, Stevenson, Levitt, Bowen, Kapner, Lake, and Larson. Goodness. Plaintiffs reallege and incorporate by reference the allegations set forth in each of the preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. Defendants intended to cause harmful and or offensive contact with plaintiffs. Plaintiffs were beaten, tied up, tortured, and caged by defendant Hamblin and Stevenson as punishment when plaintiffs refused to participate in sex acts and pornographic films. Defendants Hamblin, Stevenson, Levitt, Bowen, Kapner, and Lake each participated in the rape and sexual physical abuse of both plaintiffs. Okay, I thought I skipped one. As described herein, all defendants performed countless other violations of plaintiffs' bodies. Also there's an allegation of 17 murders. Okay, just letting you know. And David Levitt, they claim David Levitt had ties to the FLDS children, the ones that are not born with birth certificates or, they're not tracked basically with the FLDS community, which, if you think about Dr. Christine, Lauren, I look at these connections. I don't know. I don't know if they all know each other. I don't know. Not there. I don't sit at their Thanksgiving table. If you wanted to find knives, though, you could find them in my back. That's where they would be, right? If I did go. The contact described herein was harmful and or offensive at law. As a result, plaintiffs have sustained serious psychological and emotional damage for which defendants were the proximate cause. 8th claim for relief, assault, Utah common law against defendants Hamblin, Stevenson, Levitt, Bowen, Kapner, Lake, and Larson. Sounds like a law firm. Plaintiffs reallege and okay, let's scoot down to where it's not repeating. Defendants intended to cause imminent apprehension of harmful and or offensive conduct in plaintiffs. As described herein, defendants performed countless violations of plaintiffs' bodies. The defendants acted deliberately with the intent to cause harmful and or offensive contact with the plaintiffs, contact which included rape, sexual abuse, and physical abuse. As described herein, all defendants performed countless other violations of plaintiffs' bodies. It's 1222. Defendants acted deliberately to cause imminent apprehension of their harmful and or offensive contact in plaintiffs through their repeated rapes, sexual abuse, physical abuse, and threats. Plaintiffs were in imminent apprehension of this harm. As a result, plaintiffs have sustained serious psychological and emotional damage for which the defendants were the proximate cause. I know we're so close, but I don't know if it's okay to skip on. Okay, no, I see new stuff. Plaintiffs reallege, and I don't want to read that sentence. Okay, in the alternative, plaintiffs bring a cause of action for negligent infliction of emotional distress. Defendants unintentionally caused emotional, wait, what? Defendants unintentionally caused emotional distress to plaintiffs. Unintentionally? Defendants should have realized that their conduct involved an unreasonable risk of causing the distress otherwise than by knowledge of the harm or peril of a third person. Defendants, from the facts known to them, should have realized that the distress, if it were caused, might result in illness or bodily harm to plaintiffs. I get what they're saying. The acts of defendants described herein above constitute outrageous and intolerable conduct which offends the generally accepted standards of decency and morality. As a result of defendants' acts, plaintiffs have suffered severe and continuing emotional distress, including anxiety, and panic attacks, depression, PTSD, social withdrawal, loss of enjoyment of life, and other physical symptoms of severe emotional distress. Plaintiffs have sought therapy in an effort to heal from the emotional distress caused by defendants. By their acts, defendants' proximity caused severe and permanent emotional damages in an amount to be proven at trial. Then the 10th relief, negligence against defendants defendant LDS Church. Plaintiffs reallege and incorporate by reference the allegations set forth in all preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. Defendant Church owed a general duty of reasonable care to plaintiffs under Utah law to avoid acts or omissions that created an unreasonable risk of harm to others, including the plaintiffs. Defendant Church breached that duty by failing to act as a reasonably prudent organization under similar circumstances, including by failing to exercise due care in its oversight and management of its property and the actions of its leadership and members, failing to take reasonable precautions to prevent sexual abuse, failing to ensure safe conditions on its premises, and failing to adequately respond to allegations of abuse. As a direct and proximate result of defendant Church's negligence, the plaintiffs suffered physical, emotional, and psychological harm, as well as related economic damages. Plaintiffs seek compensatory damages, interest, cost, and any other relief the court deems just and equitable. Prayer for relief. Wherefore plaintiffs respectfully request that the court enter judgment in their favor and against all defendants as follows. Awarding plaintiffs compensatory damages in an amount to be determined at trial, including damages for physical and emotional pain and suffering, mental anguish, loss of enjoyment of life, and other non-economic harms. Awarding plaintiffs punitive and exemplary damages in an amount sufficient. I'm tired. Punish defendants and deter others from engaging in similar conduct according to Utah code. Awarding the attorney's fees and costs pursuant to this code and other applicable law. Awarding pre and post judgment interest as permitted by law. Granting such other and further relief as the court deems just and proper. Jury demand. They want a jury trial. Plaintiffs hereby demanded trial by jury on all claims so triable. Okay. Goodness. I just wanted to really show you guys about David Levitt. Okay. But I'm going to put this this link in chat and go check them out yourself. Y'all, I'm sorry for all the extra triggers, right? This is crazy. It is. Yeah, we're still going. My butt hurts. My butt is like, come on, lady, get off of me. But anyways, thank you guys for, this ride. But just to note that David Levitt is connected to the Best Friends Animal Society. I want to know if there's something we don't know about Tricia and people she chooses, to handle their estates, and them having to do anything with the animal societies. I don't know. I don't know. It's just, it popped into my head. I'm not accusing. I'm not alleging. I'm just questioning, like, what is that? What is it? So thank you guys for hanging out with me. Let me get off of here. Oh my God, my mouth is so dry. All right. One more time. Da, 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 da. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Faye. We can move the friends behind. If they don't dance with it, no friends of mine. We can dance. We can dance. Bye, y'all. Good night. Love always wins.